There we go. I click ghost. All right, hold on. Okay. All right. Okay. I click go live right on the dot, and then it pulled up a different stream. Streamlabs pulled up a different stream. So I had to stare at it for a second to be like, huh? What's going on? Why does Streamlabs have a different stream? Also, why doesn't the chat once again, the chat doesn't work. Oh my gosh, is this a new thing every single stream that chat doesn't work? Probably, but hopefully I fixed my audio quality. And now that I've investigated, I don't think the problem was the actual audio quality. I think it was when I downloaded the stream VOD, YouTube compressed the ever-living crap out of it, so it sounded terrible. So that was my bad. But even so, stream should also sound even better. Hopefully it does. It might not. There's a chance that it doesn't, but I think it's good. I recorded stuff and I listened back and it sounded nice. So we should be okay. We should be good. We should be good to go and Gucci gang. I need to figure out what to do at the beginning of the streams, because I need to like hang out for a bit to like let people get in and get going before we hit the real thing. But we'll see. Speed Robo did some great videos on these TCGs. I'm about to do a better one. I'm gonna do a better one. This is going to be the plan for this stream. Is we're going to make the end all be all review of every single VTuber card game. So if anyone ever asks, what do you think about this VTuber card game? Boom, this video. You go here. You go to this video, and I talk about it for like 5 hours. I don't know if it's gonna actually be that long, but it'll be some amount of time. It'll be some amount of time. Ripped into V Royale? I believe it. Not to get into spoilers, not to spoil anything. I believe it. That makes sense. I am not surprised. That's understandable. That's very understandable. What do I do? It's like a official apology. I wasn't even late. I was on the dot. I clicked go live on the dot. Streamlabs brought up a different stream, so I had to read some words for a couple seconds, and then I figured it out. I hit the little drop down and selected the stream, and now boom, we're here. Still at 5 on the dot. That was exactamungo correct. Pretty much. By like within the second. It was within the second. Hands down. There's no debating that it's hands down. Maybe rethink my view on the HoloLive TCG. We'll see if I can make you rethink your rethink about the HoloLive TCG. So this guy did one on all of them. They already did this bit. Hold on, we got to investigate. I'm not gonna watch this because I don't want to steal any opinions. But we gotta. Oh, I think I've seen a thumbnail for this. I have seen a thumbnail for this. He called it Bandai Slop. That's a take that I would not disagree with. I wouldn't fight that. I'd give it a little more credit than Bandai Slop. If we're being real, it gets a little more credit than Bandai Slop. That's mean. That's rude. All right, that's not very nice. That's a hate crime. That's honestly a hate crime, in my opinion. So I don't know if I'd say Bandai Slop. Yeah, no, it's completely Pokemon. Not to spoil anything, it's just Pokemon. HoloLive is the one I've actually played at one game of. It's just Pokemon. So you like Pokemon, you'll love HoloLive. But if you don't, you're gonna hate HoloLive because it's literally just Pokemon. Oh man. Okay, yeah. Okay, so this guy already did this, but I'm about to do it better. I'm about to be even better at it. And you know why I'm gonna be better? Because I don't know anything about VTuber. I know nothing about VTubers. I'm familiar with like 2. So this is gonna be completely from a gameplay standpoint and nothing else. I literally only know like 2 VTubers, maybe 3. I know of more, but I'm familiar with like 2. Um, I don't want to get too into it, but Oshi Push looks pretty good. Oshi Push looks pretty. I was surprised. I will say Oshi Push surprised me. I was surprised. I was very surprised by Oshi Push. It looks nice. I know Bao and Nova. Oh, Nova. I forgot about Nova. Okay, actually, this is embarrassing. I know a lot of VTubers. I know a lot, and I blame TikTok for it. I blame TikTok 100% for it. The only VTuber I know outside of TikTok is Nova, but that's because she plays Yu-Gi-Oh! And Cardfight Vanguard. So, like, obviously, I know of her. But everyone else, literally, it's just through TikTok clips and like YouTube clips, and that's it. I don't actually watch any streams. I actually don't watch streams in general. I can't do it. But maybe that's because I'd rather be doing the streaming. Okay, so the main idea for this is to just make this a YouTube video. So I'll go in and show you Duel Masters. Ooh, cultured. Let's go. Okay. Ooh, somebody's cultured. That's pretty sick. That's pretty sick. Okay. So I don't think I'm gonna dilly dally. I think I'm just gonna go right into it. I think we're just gonna go into it. I think that's the best. That's the best play. I think that's the best plan. I don't know. I'm conflicted. Do we want to just chill for a second, or do we just go straight into the video? I gotta get the stream like vibe down. I gotta figure that out. Like, I've seen people that just like open Twitter and just start scrolling. Is my Twitter stream so my all caps lock is on? Definitely gonna get into the psyop. That's Elestrals. People calling Elestrals a psyop is really funny because that doesn't make any sense. But no, Elestrals is cool, but we're not talking about it today. What's up? Welcome to the stream where we're gonna review every single VTuber card game, and it's gonna be great because I'm gonna turn it into a YouTube video. And then if anyone ever goes, "Hey, what do you think about this VTuber card game?" I go, "Go to the video. Go to the video. I review them all. I talk about them all, every single one, at least that I could find." And I Googled a lot, and I think I found all of them, including one I don't know if y'all have heard of. I know 4 that everyone's heard of, but I got an extra 5th that you might not have heard of. So you gotta stay tuned to find out what the secret 5th one is to see if you've seen it before. It's gonna be fun. $25 double starter decks for Duel Masters, or a card game? For which game? I've talked about a lot of card games. The best part about this video too for the VTubers, I don't know any VTubers, which upon reflecting it is a total lie. I actually know way more VTubers than I thought I did, but it's exclusively through like TikTok clips. I'm like not familiar with them in any sense of the word, whatever. There's a 2-player Celestial starter deck. I didn't even know that. I was buying the regular starter decks for like $25. I got scammed. That's kind of bummed. Whatever. That's, I mean, I respect it. I respect it. Fair enough. I think every card game needs like a 2-player starter deck. I think that 2-player starter deck very, very good. Yeah, it's great. It's gonna be fun if I'm not a VTuber watcher. I'm not. I know a couple. There's a couple that I like. There's like 2 that I like. And I know of no. There's 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4. There's 4 that I like. I'll probably think of more. There's like 4 that I like. Not that I actively watch though. I just get clips of them on TikTok, and I'm like, ah, ha ha ha, funny. And then I move. What is this? Okay, hold on. Before we get into this, I need to open another internet thing. Hold on. What? I need to actually pull up my notes. Where's the right one? Is it this? No, that's the tier list for later. Oh, it reset. Hold on. I've seen the Final Fantasy dual decks. Those are cool. Those are really nice. And then technically WeCross started in the West as a VTuber game to promote it. Oh yeah, they had the Niji Sanji crossover, right? Yeah, they had like the Niji Sanji one. There's a couple games that have like VTuber crossovers because Vanguard's done it, Weiss has done it, WeCross has done it. Buying my Oshi's V card. I don't have an Oshi. I don't watch VTuber. I don't watch VTubers. I don't know Oshi, but maybe I can get an Oshi. Maybe through this I'll find an Oshi. Oh, you shared this? Yeah, I just started scrolling and what is this? What what is this? What is this? I got horse card game coming out. We're getting horse game. Because the Uma Musume Shadowverse collab set wasn't enough. We need entire IRL horse racing cart. Force of the Horse. Wow, that sounds not real. That doesn't sound real. That rhymes too much, it sounds fake. Yeah, right? Was Uma Musume not enough? If we count WeCross, I'm not counting those. I'm not putting VTuber collabs in here because since I don't know VTubers, I'm judging these games purely off of their gameplay and maybe slight aesthetic things, but mostly gameplay. At the end of the day, if you really want the moral of the story is go, not to spoil it. The moral of the story is going to be buy whatever game has your Oshi and play that and have a good time. Some games are definitely worse than others, but at the end of the day, pick your Oshi, have a blast. That's kind of the best you can do. But this is hilarious. This is iconic. But yeah, this should have been Uma Musume. Like, absolutely. There's an animal-based magic clone called Animals that's JP only. Of course there is. You know, we made fun in like the golden age of TCGs, we made fun of America for putting any movie ever on a card game, like the Austin Powers card game. But Japan literally takes any noun and gives it a TCG. It's kind of iconic. Unless it's V card. Oh, we'll get to that. We'll get to V card. We'll get to V card. Oh man. But yeah, they really do get the coolest and weirdest ones. But you know what? I think I'm okay with it being in the West and us getting filtered. Yeah, we're gonna miss some cool ones in the filter for sure. But man, we also get to skip every single weird one. And I think I'm okay with that. I think I don't have too many complaints about that. I think I'm fine missing out on Force of the Horse. Personally speaking. This is sick though. When Digimon gets caught up, that's really cool. This is kind of like the coolest thing of all time. I don't play Digimon, but this is kind of the coolest thing ever. If we're being real, this is pretty much the coolest thing ever. But with that being said, I think it's time to stop yammering and to get into the video. First, let me pull up the other thing I need. Opera, where we go? This one. We'll get to this. Oh, if only Vanguard did. Honestly, I wish. It would be so nice. It'd be so cool. Yeah, they better be. Frick you, One Piece players. Yeah, that's right. It feels bad. Yeah, that's tough. Oh, you can't even see what I'm looking at. It doesn't matter. That's tough. Deal with it. One Piece feels bad. We have to be behind the Eastern players. Oh no. Yeah, welcome to playing Japanese card games, bud. Get used to it. Actually, you've been around for like a year and a half. You're already used to it. Wish you were Digimon. Cry about it more. Let's talk about some VTuber card games. WeCross is like, so here, this, I think I said this earlier. WeCross is an entire year, but I prefer an entire year because an issue we're having a lot, like, especially in Vanguard right now, not a side tangent, but really quick side tangent, is that Vanguard's like a set or two behind, like 2 months behind, like a set or two behind. The issue with that is, so like for right now, right, set 6, knocked the whole microphone over. Set 6 came out yesterday, but we finished set 6 reveals like a month ago. So for us, set 6 feels like freshly old. Like we just got done thinking about set 6, and now we're thinking about set 7. But now we also just physically got set 6. So it feels like we've already played through the format and are done with it while we just get it. So that feels really weird. with Weecross and Shadowverse being a whole year behind, by the time you get stuff in English, even if you are following JP, that stuff came out so long ago, it almost feels more of like a blast from the past, like revisiting an old format, than it does like playing old news. So I do prefer, if I had to pick, being a year behind than being like a couple months behind. I think being a couple months behind feels way worse. Because a year gives you a time to just kind of forget about it. And then you get in English and you're like, oh, sick, I get to play this format again. Yay. Or you can dread it, but regardless, I think a year feels way better in the end. Okay, let's do this. Let's hit the record button and let's go. All right. Welcome back to the channel, everybody. And, you know, recently I've heard that people, what am I saying? Oh my, you're going to get to watch this live. This is great. What's up, gamers? Welcome back to the channel. So some of you guys have been asking me, oh, what do you think about this VTuber card game and this VTuber card game? So I figured I should just make one singular video talking about every single VTuber card game. And we're gonna rank them because ranking things is fun and everyone loves tier lists, right? You guys love tier lists, right? Chat, you love tier lists. So yeah, we're going to be ranking VTuber card games today, every single one. So we got a tier list here that we're going to be ranking. I'm very excited. Y'all have probably heard of a lot of these, but maybe not all of them. So if you haven't heard, just buckle up because we're going to talk about them and we're going to rank them. So let's just get right. Let's just get right on into it. It's this one. She puts S tier. We'll see. Don't carry chickens before that. First, I want to get out of the way. I want to get V card out of the way right off the bat, because if y'all have been like in the card game Twitter sphere at all recently, you've heard about this and you know it's kind of a dumpster fire. So like if you just look at the cards, which you can't see because I put chat on the wrong side of the screen, they don't look bad. The cards look pretty good. Like, they look nice. They look solid. And if you look a little bit closer, you start to notice some problems. Yeah, right? Even if you're not on Twitter, you've heard about this. You've heard about this. It's kind of a disaster. Also, a little side note, when I did that Weecross box opening and we were reviewing the Gooner game, trying to figure out if it was Gooner or not, you know, sometimes you'd be opening Japanese card games, you're like, man, Japan's kind of weird. And then I started looking at these VTuber card games, and we have stuff like this, which luckily is hidden in my chat, so I probably won't get demonetized. But I mean, like, come on, really? Is she even wearing clothes? Does she just have a guitar? Is that it? Is it just the guitar? So we're really not doing ourselves any favors whatsoever, to be fair. So the next time you go criticizing Japan for being weird, look at your own streamers. Nothing against that, to be fair. I don't want to talk smack on VTubers. I'm just saying. I noticed when I was like, man, these Weecross cards kind of weird. And I was like, wait a second. All these streamers stream in English. But we're here to talk about games, okay? And you're correct. At least they're of age. And it's sad that we have to take what we can get in that regard, but it is what it is. Now let's talk about the game. Let's talk about whatever the heck this is. I'm not even going to pull up the rules because they're a page long and terrible. I'm just going to pull up the card gallery so you guys get something like pretty to look at while we ramble about this absolute disaster. The VTuber fans apparently like V card, but the TG community were just vivid with this one dude. Live it. Oh, that's valid. Like, I understand like VTuber fans because it's, you know, they get to play their Oshi. They get to play their best. Oh my gosh, can I pick one that's like clothed? They get to play their best girl. So like, obviously, but yeah, they said they're changing the rules. We'll get to that. We will get to that. So, oh my gosh, where to even begin? So, okay. there's a couple card types, right? You got your VTubers, you got your Oshis, and they come in one of 3 flavors. They all have this little number at the top. That's their power rating. It can come in 8, 9, and 10. How do you win? Well, it's much like Pokemon. You play your VTuber girl, and your opponent plays their VTuber girl, and then you compare the numbers, and whoever's number's bigger is win. You can play these little support cards called mascots, like the VTuber's little pet thing, I guess they have. I didn't know they had these. And then supports, which are kind of like spells. Most of these just end up buffing your power level number to try to beat your opponent, right? The game is to get the bigger number. So we look and we see that there's a couple different numbers. We have 8, 9, and 10. Now, 8s, by virtue of being the lowest number, get a little effect. These cards don't have effects. These have effects to try to like balance out the fact that they're like way weaker. But when you read most of these effects, all they really do is increase their power level. So if we look at Nanners, which I can't zoom in on, it just says if you play the same element as your opponent, get +1 power. So he just turns into a 9. So we could just play the 9 to begin with and not have to worry about fulfilling a condition. But then we get to 10s, which also don't have effects, just like 9s. So our options for when we want to include cards in our decks are playing the strongest card, a weaker card, and an even weaker card that has an effect that makes it the second strongest card. So really, there's no reason to just jam your deck full of 10s, unless I guess they're like super uber rare, so they're hard to get, but like that's still terrible. But there's literally no reason to ever play 8s or 9s, because 9 times out of 10s, 8s just become 9s, and 9s and 10s both don't have effects. They're effectively the same card. One just has one more stat than the other, so like just play the 10s. That's all you have to do. You just play the 10s. So already off to a phenomenal start. And then like you get the mascots where all they just buff your power. That's about it. And then the supports is like spells that support you. But they also print cards like Delinquent Duo and Pot of Greed right off the bat, which I think they've already had to errata, if I'm not mistaken. So that's great. That's super awesome. Sort of. Oh, okay. This is very different than Union Arena. I'll tell you right now, very different from Union Arena. This is I guess more like Pokemon. How do you pay for cost? Guess what? You don't pay for cost. The way the game works is you draw your opening hand of like 7. Then you like you hope you draw a VTuber. You get 1 mulligan, and if you still don't draw a VTuber, you just automatically lose the round. So it's played in like a series of rounds, and I guess if you win some number of rounds, you win the game. And if you don't open a VTuber, just immediate round loss, move on to the next round. Then there's like a maintenance phase where you draw up to 5 before the draw phase at the beginning of each round. It's super, super weird. How much you've donated to a streamer is your points for the game. Dude, that'd be kind of crazy. That would be kind of sick. Oh, it's worse than you thought. It's going to get worse. Just you wait. So you both like flip over your VTuber and be like, let's stream. And then the way you decide who goes first is whoever has the lower power level, which is like, I guess, fine. Sure. And then does it even say if you tie? No, if there's a tie, you just play rock, paper, scissors. So like just jam your deck full of 10s and then RPS for first every single round. And then at the beginning of your turn, you draw a card. This is on top of the 5 card maintenance, but like you start the game with 7. And then you can mulligan 7. And you can mulligan down to 6. And then if you still don't have something, you lose the round. Wait, this is so weird. This doesn't make any sense. Hold on. It is war with rock, paper, scissors, but I'm even confused. I took notes on this game and I'm still lost. Okay, so setup. Beginning of the game, we start the game. Right, we shuffle up, we sit down, we start. We draw 7. There's a mulligan option. If you do not draw a power level card in your initial hand, you may mulligan. Shuffle your opening hand into your deck and redraw, drawing back up to 6. So you can mull it down to 6 if you don't have a VTuber. If you still don't have a VTuber, a power level after a mulligan, you lose the round. So you just insta lose round 1. Okay. And then there's maintenance phase. At the beginning of each round after the initial round, both players draw to maintain a hand of at least 5 before the power and draw phase. So if you like whiff your mull to 6, you instantly lose, but like, where does your hand go? Because if you lose round 1, if the round ends, you go to the maintenance phase, the beginning round after the initial round. Unless there's an end phase, there's resolution, determining the winner, elements, additional. Yeah, there's no like end phase. So you go immediately to the maintenance of round 2, where at the beginning of each round after the initial round, both players draw to maintain a hand of 5, but you mulled the 6 and lost your VTuber, so you still have 6 in hand, so you don't draw any new cards. So then the round like begins, and then you still don't have a VTuber, so you lose again. Like what if you don't hit a VTuber in your opening 6? What do? It doesn't say. The rules don't say what you do if you don't have a VTuber and you're opening 6, unless I'm just lost, right? But like, yeah, if you lose, you keep top decking, but nowhere here does it say draw. You draw up to 5. You refill your, because the idea is during the round you're supposed to play out your whole hand and then you re up to 5. But if you miss your opening, if you mull down to 6 in your opener, still miss a VTuber, you immediately proceed to drawing back up to 5, but you're already at 6, so you don't draw any more cards, so your hand still has no VTuber in it. So already off to a great start. There's no way to resolve that. I guess, you know, you also can deck out. I guess. It says draw, yeah, right? It says draw 5 before the draw phase. But like, if you did not open up a mulligan, up back to 6, you still don't have one, you lose the round. Maintenance. At the beginning of each round after the initial round, both players draw to maintain at least 5 cards in hand before the power, and draw phases. Oh, here we go. Okay. So players draw a card at the beginning of their first on top of the 5 card maintenance. Okay, so you hit 6, you lose, you don't draw any new cards, you just top deck, and if you still miss your top deck VTuber, you instantly lose the round again. So you have 7, and then you go to the next round, you have to just top deck another one. So you just keep top decking until you hit one, constantly losing rounds, which I don't think we have a win. I don't think we have a win condition yet. Let me check. Game objective. The goal is to be the first player to score 5 points by winning rounds in a 1v1 card battle. So I guess every round you win is a point. And then also, they had to change this. So they had to change this. This originally wasn't optional. It just said, winning a round also adds to your opponent's played cards to the prize pool, and the winner of the game claims the entire prize pool. So if you played Magic the Gathering, this game just had ante. Basically, anytime you lose, instead of discarding your cards, you put them in the prize pool, and then whoever wins takes all the cards out of the prize pool. It's like Yu-Gi-Oh! Battle City style. Like, if you win, you get your opponent's strongest card. And mind you, they want to sell this game as like having now mind you, they want to sell this game as like having tournaments. You're gonna have an illegal deck by round 2. Like, as soon as you lose, your deck's immediately illegal. So I don't know how. I guess you have an Omega sideboard where you just build a new deck every round every time you lose, but I guess that's a thing. Yeah, if the joke is that it's supposed to be you lose your V card, that's the worst thing I've ever heard. And I don't want to even think about that. So yeah, then you flip it up, and like, you reveal the power level, you compare the elements, whatever, and then whoever's ahead in power level goes second. So if you're lower, you go first, and if not, you just rock, paper, scissors. Then at the beginning of their first turn, you draw. So if this is turn 1 and you didn't mulligan, you'll be at 8. And then there's the battle phase, where during the battle phase, you must play at least 1 card. So here's the thing. This is where the game gets super, super weird. During the battle phase, players must play 1 card or the round is lost. You have to play a card on your turn, you instantly lose. Players can play 1 mascot and 1 supporter on a turn, or 1 support on a turn. It's 2 in total unless an effect's otherwise, before they pass turn to the opponent. So this is more like, instead of thinking it like an overall turn, this is more like Star Wars, where it's like the actions thing. So you get to play a supporter and a mascot, and then you pass back to your opponent to play a supporter and a mascot, and then they pass back to you to play a supporter and a mascot, and you just keep going back and forth and you just keep playing cards, pumping up your number, right? They said they didn't even try for the rules. I can tell. It's pretty apparent. And we're gonna get to, like, honestly, the best. Yeah, breaking. If you break, you lose is in the rules. But it gets better than that. It gets even better than that. So you play 2 a turn and then you pass back, right? And then players alternate turns playing cards until one player has no more cards to play, or if one player is ahead in power level for more than 2 of their own turns. Why they didn't say 3, I don't know, because, you know, 3 is more than 2. I guess 4 is more than 2, but you're gonna hit 3 before you hit 4, so I don't know why it says more than 2. You could just say 3. The fun part here is, so during the battle phase, players must play at least 1 card or the round is lost. Players alternate playing cards until one player has no more cards to play. I'm assuming what they mean by this is that you have to, because there was a lot of confusion where people were thinking that you alternate playing cards, and then once you have no more cards in your hand to play, well, now you can't play a card, so you instantly lose the round. I think what it's supposed to mean is that you need to play a card during the entire phase. You can't just say go battle and just insta-pass. I think you lose. But if you play, like, 1 support card, pass back to your opponent, they place to pass back to you, and you go, I have no more cards in hand, you don't immediately lose. I think you immediately go to, it's a 1 player has no more cards to play, or players ahead in power level 3 turns. I think you then immediately go to resolution. I'm assuming, it's super unclear, but I was seeing people playing it where it's like, it just says you have to play 1 card each round, play 1 card. They were saying 1 card each turn. So they would play a card, play their whole hand, and be like, I'm out of cards, guess I just lose the round. But I think it's you have to play 1 in general the whole phase. So if you only have 1 mascot in your hand and that's it, you can be like, play a mascot, your opponent gets to play 1 card, and then just instantly over, you go to the compare number step. And then after all boosts and effects are applied, the player with a higher power level wins and scores a point. Oh boy! They also have elements like Pokemon, and if you have, like, if you're type advantaged, whoever has the advantage gets +2 power for the turn. So, like, that's a thing, and that's it. That's the whole game. Honestly, I spent more time talking about the confusion in the rules than the rules themselves. If I was to just explain the rules to you, I think I could do it in less than 30 seconds. I'm pretty confident I can go less than 30 seconds. It really is no waifu, no waifu. If you have no waifu, you in fact lose immediately. So that's fun. But it's basically Uno. It's just war. It's war with extra steps. You play the mascots and they give you power, and then the supporters can, like, draw you cards, and then you play mascots to get power, and then when someone runs out, you compare the number, and then the bigger number wins, and then you steal your opponent's cardboard. Cool. There's honestly not too much else to say. If you want to see the game actually played, there's a good video by MBT where he plays with Nova Alchemy, a VTuber that I do know of, and they play it, and it's really funny. But other than that, there's really nothing else to say about this. It's like, it's war with extra steps. That's all it is. It's just war with extra steps. So our first game, V card, is going straight into D tier. Straight into the bottom of the barrel. Luckily for y'all, it does not get worse than this. We only can go up from here. It only goes up. We got the trash out of the way. Game promotes theft. Oh, well, it's not theft. You win it in a competition, technically. The game promotes gambling. That's what the game promotes. The game promotes gambling, which is one of the reasons Magic does not have ante anymore. It's also fun to not get your cards stolen in round 1. So there's that too. Yeah, this game's kind of a mess. It's really just a disaster. Oh, we'll get to Rift, but we'll get to Rift. Whoops, that's the wrong button. I need this one. I'm gonna move that so I can click better. All right. So that's V card. Luckily, if we only get a game promotes BS, absolutely. Next up, similarly named V Royale. This is Merryweather's card game, which, fun fact, I heard a lot of people talking smack on Merryweather, and I'm not familiar with VTuber, so I'm like, why do we hate Merryweather? What do they do? What crime did they commit? And then I did a bunch of digging, and the only thing I could find is that a lot of people think Merryweather is not very funny. That's about it. And they were kind of racist one time, but it was also their job. They just didn't really handle it well, which is fair, understandable. But I feel it sounded like there was a lot more to hate than they're not very funny, and at one point they had a job that required them to be a little racist. Let's talk about the game. Let's talk about the card game. Let's talk about card game. So this one's a lot. It's not the most, but there's a lot going on with this one. So I'm gonna have to yap. This one I took notes on. First off, it's a leader-based game, but not like leader in like Bandai One Piece terms. It's more like a commander, because it's a special unit. It's a normal unit card that like sits outside of the game that you then like play like you would a normal card. So it's more like a commander, kind of just J chills in the command zone. But the first thing I noticed though, the card types look way too similar. If I glanced at these, I would never be able to tell you that there is it's a leader, a character, a highlight, and an event. I would never be able to tell you these are 4 different cards. I can maybe guess they're 2 different cards because these have stats and these don't, but the only way you ever know these are different cards is by reading this little thing right here. This is where it tells you what card it is. Other than that, it's all the same color, all the same design. The leader has a bit more like stuff going on down here, so like that's fair. But outside of that, it's really tough to tell which card is which, and I don't like that. Also, the costs are at the bottom, which I get that it's like you want to be cute and quirky. The problem though is when you fan your hand out, like when you're playing like a card game and you fan. Actually, I should make sure I'm able to like see myself do this. When you fan your hand out, you're not going to be able to see the costs because it's going to be hidden under the cards. So you're not going to be able to see what your cards cost when you're looking at your hand. One way to tell, I assume this game was primarily made and tested in Tabletop Simulator. Because the whole point of having the costs in the upper left is that when you fan your hand out, you can see how much your cards cost. But with these, you can't tell that at all. But yeah, this one is at least this one's at least an actual game. I can give it that. And the cards look nice. They do like look really nice. I like that. So these diamonds are rarity, and I like how they like it kind of feels like it's like how I think like Honkai Star Rail does the same thing with rarity. It gives me like gotcha game rarity vibes. So like that's kind of fun when you're opening booster packs. You can tell, oh, I got a 5-star. Ooh, like I think that's fun. My one problem though is that the stars don't go up as you think they would. The commons are 3s, and then 4s are rares and 5s are super rares, but then uncommons are blue 3s, which is like, okay, I'm fine with colors, but why is one of them blue and the rest are gold? Why couldn't we just go like 2, 3, 4, 5, or go like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then like 5s is SSRs? Why is it 3 blue 3 then 4 5? It doesn't. Maybe I'm missing something, but to me it doesn't make a lot of sense. But that's more like nitpicky stuff. If we're being fair, it's not that bad. Another thing too is there's no colors in this game. This is going to work off of more of the Yu-Gi-Oh-esque framework, where a lot of the complexity comes from like the cards themselves. And the way you construct decks is you want to build around your leader, and then most leaders will have like an archetype that they support with some kind of like naming scheme. So it gives you kind of like a direction to go, but you're pretty free to put whatever you want in whatever. The only thing is, you have this roster construction. You know, your deck's called a roster, by the way. It's a lot of VTuber gimmicky names. So you have this roster construction. Now, to be fair, I really like point systems. I like it when a certain card or rarity of card has a certain point total ascribed to it. And when you build a deck, you can only contain a certain number of points. This solves the problem of the 5-color good stuff problem. There's a, I should say that again. There's a well-known issue in card games called the 5-color good stuff issue, which is if you don't have a built-in way to segment your cards, a la how a lot of games do it now, is they just have a leader with a color and your deck has to be the same color as your leader, right? If you have no way to segregate what cards can go in which decks, you run into this issue where people will just put all of the best cards in a deck. They'll just take all of the best cards they can find and cram them into a pile. So you need a way to fix the 5-color good stuff problem. Magic does this with like lands, in that the more colors you try to play, the less you're going to be able to play your cards because your mana base gets screwed up and you're not going to have your colors consistently. So you end up playing like 2 to 3 colors. Games like Yu-Gi-Oh! That don't have this thing, they'll end up like archetype blocking stuff. So they'll print this really good card, but it only works with other cards of the same name. So you can't just take it and put it whatever you want, and then everyone's just playing the same best 40 cards. Another way to do this is with this point system, where the rarer a card is, the more points it costs in your deck. So therefore, you can't just shove a bunch of rare cards in your deck. You don't have enough points for it. The thing is here, they go a little too far. This is a lot. So your deck can consist of 3 copies of each common, 2 copies of an uncommon, 2 copies of any rare, but only 10 total rares, and then one non-leader SR, a one of non-leader SR, and then a one copy to, wait, no, hold on, I messed up, wait, what? Hold on. A roster consists of 30 cards from our card pool with very limited different rarity types. The following are the limits on different card rarities. So common, name 3, no limit in a deck. Rarity has a name limit of 2 and 10. Huh? Wait, I'm lost. I had this written down, but I totally misunderstood what it meant. What is this talking about? Oh no, I'm lost. Okay, so wait. Common, name, 3. I'm assuming this is copies in the deck. And then this is total, but that doesn't make any sense because this says you can only have 1 leader name and then 2 in a deck? This can't be copies though, because if this is total names, you can only have 2 total rare names, but 10 copies of them? So like, I would imagine maybe it is 2 different leaders, but you would want your leader to be one guy. But you set your leader like in the zone at the start of the game. Hold on, let me see the starting. It says like games like Magic, you have 20 life points. All the cards have, you know, attack and HP, and you know you hit your opponent and you do damage to their life points, and the cards die when they hit 0. It's gonna be very Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh oriented, but we'll get to rules. I don't quite understand what they mean, but I think that also illustrates my point well, is that this is doing a little too much. We're policing rarities a little too much. The way I would do it is I did this as an experiment with like Edison format Yu-Gi-Oh, whereas Sanity, I think it's like you're supposed to be running a VTuber agency, and I guess you go insane by getting attacked by VTubers. I'm not really sure. I don't know the Merryweather lore very well. I don't know the lore for any of these VTubers, to be honest. But I did this thing with Yu-Gi-Oh where it's like you just attribute points to rarity, and you go, you have your deck, you have 40 card decks, you have 40 points to build your deck with. Commons are 0, uncommons are 1, rares are 2, super rares are 3, which means that if you could play like a 40 uncommons, that's 40 points. If you want to play a rare, one of your uncommons is going to have to turn into a 0-point common, right? And if you want to play a super rare, same thing. 2 of your uncommons have to turn into commons. Just very simple, straightforward. This is getting a little much where it's like, here's a common, all your play sets are different depending on the rarity, and the amount that you conclude in your deck is also dependent on rarity. It's like having to have this memorized is a little excessive. It's just we're just doing a little too much, right? I think if you just made point rarity equals point value, I think you're probably okay. Granted, I don't really know what the cards do, so I could be wrong. Here's your board. It's pretty bored, you know. You have your deck, you have your deck, your drop zone, a bunch of other stuff areas. You've sanity, I guess life points is go here. This is your leader, and then this is like, I guess, exile. And you have your main and your center stage, which, is there a difference? Oh, your leaders go here. This is the special place for your leader when it actually hits the board. But other than that, if you've played any Magic-like card game, you're familiar with how this works. Got it memorized? Yeah, no. You start 20 life, and then from here the game's very like card gamey, you know. You open 5, you can mulligan once, and then you untap, draw. Don't draw if you're going first. This is again another example of they're doing a little too much. You don't deck out. If you have no cards in your deck, you lose a life for every card you're unable to draw or mill. Right? But damage from this source increases by 1 for each instance of the above, which means that, like, so you deck out, you go to draw for a turn, you take 1. The next time you draw, you take 2, and then the next time you take 3, which is cute in a digital card game. Trying to track this IRL is going to be a disaster, because let's say you're playing a mill deck, and you mill your opponent out really, really fast, and they're still at like 10 life. Well, you have to track like 5 different draws of going from 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and that's over the course of like different turns. So yeah, tracking this is gonna be very difficult, and you're gonna forget. You're gonna draw and be like, okay, oh shoot, am I taking 4 here or 5? Which draw was this? Was this my 4th? This is my 4th draw or my 5th draw? It's just gonna be tough to try to figure that out. It should be 1 damage per draw. You take 1 damage per card you're supposed to draw, and just make it clean like that. Main phase resource step. This is where the game gets interesting. You play, it's any card is a resource. And you may be wondering, oh, cards just tap for 1? No. Cards tap for the amount of stars they have. So that means the rarer the card is, the more mana it generates. Which is cool. That's fine. It really enforces the old Duel Masters rule of, if you don't know what to charge for mana, just charge your highest cost thing, because it's the last thing you're going to be able to play. So just plop that in the mana zone. You kind of do the same thing here. You can just plop your big guy in and get 5 mana right off the bat. The one thing you're going to notice is that you're going to be floating a lot of mana during this game, because your lowest resource card is 3. So you're always going to be tapping 3. So yeah, I guess that's why there's 2 3-star rarities, I guess. But I feel like it still makes this super weird, and this could just as easily be 2. Look at all these cards that cost 2. Wouldn't it make more, and like 4, wouldn't it make more sense for like the base card to tap for 2 and not 3? This means anytime you're playing a card, you're gonna float 1 extra mana, right? You have some 4s here, but if I play 2, I'm at 6. I play this 4 card, I float 2. So you're gonna be floating mana like all the time. Yeah, overly limited, but overly complicated for no reason. Yeah, it's just, there's just a lot like just going on that I feel like could be smoothed out. And you're gonna notice that's gonna be the issue for a lot of this game. It's just kind of doing a little too much. And doing things in ways that are easy to track in like a digital client, but on paper are gonna suck. Like every time you tap, you have to float mana, which is great. You have to man it. You have to first off figure out this. Then you have to manage it. If you ever deck out, God forbid, you have to manage what card you drew. There's just a lot going on. And then you have the main phase. There's a main step. Mana, you can play up to 3 cards per turn, unless stated otherwise. So you have like mana, but also 3 like action points essentially you get to spend on playing cards. I'm assuming this is so you can't Yu-Gi-Oh combo, and also you're generating 3 extra mana every turn at minimum, so you ramp incredibly quickly. So I'm assuming this is to keep things under control, because by turn 4 you can have a board that taps for like 15 mana, right? You don't lose the mana, you float it. So it's like Magic. It's like if you tapped 3 lands and played a 2-drop, the one just floats. So at the end of your turn, any unspent mana dissipates. So that means every time you tap something, you have to track what mana is left floating to use later in your turn. And then at the end, it'll all disappear. So main phase, you can play cards. You can play 3 cards. Cool. That's great. Oh yeah, this is right here. Any star resource generated this way can be used until the end of the manager's turn. So it goes to you, and then X source resource held at the end of your turn is not carried over to the next. So you float and then pass. Yeah, I can see why the MTG comparison, but this isn't the way. Yeah, right. It's very Yu-Gi-Oh MTG, but it's like not. Yeah, it's doing a lot. And then you have combat, which is a whole thing. Something that is cool is, so it's like Magic combat where you have to swing everything at once, which I don't like. I should actually pull up my notes because I do have notes for this. So it's Magic combat, which I don't like. You declare all of your attackers, and then your opponent declares all their blockers. I think that takes out a lot of like fun things. Something cool you can do though is you can block with tapped units or rested units. They're just considered to have 0 attack points, so they won't trade back and forth. They'll just get blown up, but it means that you can attack and still have blockers up, so you won't quite get into a board stall. You'll probably still hit board stalls because you can't really defend yourself. It's just kind of a meat shield that'll get blown up, but it's a little bit better, so I will give them that. The other interesting thing is that when you double block, damage doesn't split between the 2 blockers. You just deal full damage to both blockers, so that makes double blocking not as great. Which is a thing. Take that as you will. You know, this is pretty preference based. But pretty much the way it works is that, like, the rules are extremely straightforward and basic. It's very Magic. You play your land. You can play 3 cards during your main phase. Combat is you swing everything. Your opponent can block with untapped or tapped guys. It's just that tapped guys don't deal damage back. And if you double block, you deal full damage to both things instead of splitting your damage around stuff. But then other than that, it's pretty much what you would expect from a Magic Yu-Gi-Oh clone. It plays very similarly. You can assume how a lot of stuff works. The one thing I want to highlight, though, I want to go to the card list, because this is something I noticed when I was looking at the cards and I was reading them. So actually, I'll go to the leaders, because this will make even more sense with the leaders. Can I get one that is wearing clothes? Most of these they're fine. I'll just do the regular one. So the naming convention of these cards is a little odd, especially on leaders, but even on regular cards, you'll notice that it goes nickname, then card name, which is not normally how you do it. Normally you do this in card games. You'll go proper name, then nickname, and then you'll do this in games that have like limited IP assets. So like, for example, like One Piece, right? You're gonna run out of characters eventually. You're going to need to print multiple Luffys. So a way to get around the problem of having 4 copies of a card in your deck is sometimes you'll either go 4 copies of card number, or you go 4 copies of the nickname. So you can play like The World as I See It, Merryweather, and then like a different nicknamed Merryweather. So that way you're not stuck to just 4 Merryweathers and they've printed 10 and you want to play a couple of them, right? Normally that's the reason you do this. The problem is, normally you do this on units because you're going to print multiple units, but they also do it on the leaders, which I guess implies they're going to print multiple of the same leader, which is fine if your character pool is that limited. That's okay. I understand that. The real problem I have is that the nickname comes first, which means that if you read the cards, when cards need to refer to other cards, they refer to them as their nicknames, which means we're turning like phrases into proper nouns. So the cards read weird. So like at the bottom, this last effect, for every two apocalypse counters on the world as I see it, all Ink Dog tokens get +0/+1. I read this, I'm thinking of like putting counters on like a spell card or some event, right? Not a person, because normally people's names are proper nouns and not phrases. So like reading the cards feels awkward. It feels a little awkward and strange. You're gonna be reading your card effects and you're like, right at the start of your turn, add 1 apocalypse counter to the world as I see it. I'm like, well, no, this is Merryweather. It should just say add it to this Merryweather, right? But I don't know. That's more just a personal gripe of reading the cards feels a little strange. And I think that's like the good takeaway from this game, is that it feels very MTG with Yu-Gi-Oh card design, where like a lot of your deck's going to be built around archetypes that influence your deck building as opposed to like colors, right? And the rules are very straightforward, and all the complexity is going to come from the cards themselves. So where the game gets interesting is going to be via the card effects, which I haven't read all of them, so I can't really offer a take on that. But the only issue with that is, you know, that's how Yu-Gi-Oh operates, and we've seen where Yu-Gi-Oh ended up. So you got to be really careful. When your complexity comes from the cards themselves, it can get out of hand really quickly if you go a little too far, and then you're kind of stuck having to power creep up to balance around stuff. I totally forgot I had this whole graphic made so that I can tell what game I'm talking about. I'll have to go add that back in post, so that's cool. So that people that join the stream can tell what game I'm talking about. But I guess you could just look at the screen, but I needed something to do with this blank space down here. So yeah, you have to be really careful if your complexity is coming from the cards, because as soon as you make a card that's a little too suddenly now that's your new skill floor, and you, or not skill floor, that's your new power floor, and you have to balance around that. So it can get a little messy and a little icky. I mean, if I punch 2 people and I'll punch them either at half, well, I guess, yeah, but normally it's you're not. So a good way to put that, actually, in flavor wise, in Magic, that's more like double strike. So there's so in Magic, creatures, what they do, you've seen the picture of Goku and Vegeta punching each other in the face at the same time. That's how creatures deal damage. It's simultaneous. They punch each other in the face at the exact same time. First strike means you get to punch the creature first. You go, boom, you get your little jab in first, and you hit them, and if they die, they die. And if they take the hit, they can hit you back, right? Double strike is you deal first strike and normal damage. So you get a jab in, and then if the creature's still up, then you get to both hit each other, right? But damage is always dealt simultaneously unless you have first strike. In this game, it's saying damage isn't simultaneous, because in Magic, if you double block, well, you have to just punch both of the creatures at the same time, so your damage is going to be kind of spread across them, because you have to like somehow hit both of them, right? And if you do try to punch both, you have to like double punch, which if you've punched something before, you know this is not as effective as a single punch. This is saying, no, I get to just go bam bam, and then they hit me. It's a little goofy, but in terms of rules, it just means that double blocking isn't as like profitable, because now both your things can just explode. Normally when you double block in Magic, you can like double block and be like, your thing's gonna die and one of my things are gonna die, but I get to keep one. In this game, it'll almost always be a 2-for-1, which feels bad, but that's more of like a gripe, right? That's nothing like too, it's not too crazy. But yeah, it should, but like the name stuff should have just said the card. I don't know why they use the nickname. It feels super weird. And like, yeah, it's sort of name locking in Vanguard. It's just like archetype based card design, where like I think one of the girls does. Can I find a girl that doesn't have her like boobies hanging out that I can like read? I think this one Kakarot is on stage, all of your other characters whose name contains Amidal, so you're supposed to build like this Amidal deck, and this is Amidal, and that's her name, so you're supposed to build a deck that has a bunch of Amidals. So a lot of your deck is built around just like effects like these that care about having names on the board, so it's going to be a very like archetype design, essentially. So yeah, that's V Royale. We're gonna lob this one in C tier. Not because the game itself is bad. It's just it's a little messy, a little unpolished, and the other games are just kind of better. That's kind of it. It's the Royale falling in the C tier is not quite a fault of its own. It is a little messy and it's not great, but also these games are kind of just better. Except this one. Well, this is gonna be an interesting one, and luckily, it's the one we're talking about next. Now this game, I have not really heard people talk about. This is Rift Runners. Normally when people talk about the VTuber card games, they talk about V-Card, V-Royale, Oshi Push, Hololive, but not a lot of people talking about Rift Runners. And yeah, there being 5 VTuber card games, little insane. And this, I'm also remember, I'm not counting collabs. There have been many VTuber collabs among card games. If I included those, we'd have like 9. But this is Rift Runners, and I want to talk about this because this one's fun to talk about. And we might be here a while. I'm not gonna lie, there's a lot to get through with Rift Runners, and I'm not gonna be able to go over all of it because, well, let's just look at the rulebook, right? All these other games we've looked at, the rulebook has been like a web page long that we can like scroll through, right? Yeah, I think Crypt opened a few packs. I think this is where I saw Rift Runners the first time, was Card Game Crypt opened a pack of it, and I went, ooh, that looks good. And then I like dug into it further. But yeah, other than Crypt, I have not heard anyone talk about this game. But all the other rule books you looked at have been like a web page long, right? Not too bad. Yeah, this one's huge. There's a lot going on. What I want to talk about with Rift Runners, I want to start with the good and then go to the bad, because Rift Runners has some stuff that I really like stuff that if I made a card game, I would honestly want to steal straight from this because I like it so much. So I want to start by talking about the things I really like about this game, because it has some stuff that I love a lot, and it has some stuff that I hate a lot. And I think this is what's going to drop it into our, this is pretty middle of the road review. So I just want to talk about first off the cards, okay? Let me get a card list to illustrate this point a little bit better. Give me the fighters. All right, cool. Here we go. So first thing I noticed about the card, actually right off the bat, before I start, something I really like about this, they have the most VTubers. Yeah, they're all indie VTubers, what I heard. The thing I really like about this game a lot is that this is going to be the easiest game to get non-VTuber fans into, because if you're like me and you don't know anything about VTubers, you would never know this is a VTuber card game. If you don't know who this is, you'd probably never think this is a VTuber, right? This just looks like some arcane chef, right? Or this looks like some dungeon. Actually, this looks just like Dungeon Guide from Grand Archive. But like some dungeon crawler, right? This is like some warrior girl. Like, you never know these are VTubers, so it makes it way easier to kind of get people to buy into this game. You do not have to like VTubers to kind of get invested. With all the other games we've seen, you look at the art and you're like, that's clearly a VTuber, right? But here, I could never tell you this is a VTuber card game, and there's a chance you would never find out until you see like someone you recognize, if you recognize any at all, because it's all indie VTubers. So that's something I really, really, really like off the bat, right? It just looks like anime art. So love that. Absolute A+ for that right off the bat. Second thing, when I first saw this, I thought the card frame was kind of bad because it's really thick. There's a lot of space, right? Oh, you can't see my mouse. There we go. There's a lot of space between the actual card and like the side of the card. Like, there's the border and then an inner border, and then you get here and it's just a lot of stuff. But then I realized why it's a lot of stuff, and I love it and honestly want to steal it. So the card frame is split into 2 parts. Every character in this game, so right off the bat, this is very Yu-Gi-Oh inspired. This is really Yu-Gi-Oh clearly made by someone who plays Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Extremely Yu-Gi-Oh inspired. So every monster or VTuber or whatever, I don't know what we call this. So every monster card has an element type and a like creature type, right? Or like a monster what its attribute and type and attribute. Every monster has a type and attribute. So this one's a fire mage, right? All the red cards are fire. I hate that I have to click the X to close out of that. That's so annoying. This is an ice warrior, right? And then we can go down and there's like, here is a card I can't click on because I think it froze. Cool. I can't click on that either. All right, I can't click on any of those. Ice Cosmic, right? The thing that I love is that not only is the attribute reflected in the card frame that the element is the color, fire is red, right? Ice is blue, dark is black, right? Not only is the element reflected in the color, but the creature type is in the frame. The monster type's in the frame. So every mage card has this little like rune border. I got used to that. All of the demons have the little like a demon summony circle border, right? All of the holies have this little feather border. And then it changes. You go to ice, and now here's the ice mage border. I think this is one of the coolest things I've ever seen. From like this gets my like little like game design brain like going, ooh, it's so cool. I love being able to like look at the card and like visually see exactly what its element and creature type is. And I really hope that the game is heavily themed around decks being either ice decks or like you can play a mage deck, right? And you can build this deck very easily just by looking at the border. You can look at the border and instantly know like, oh, it's blue and the magic runes, ice mage, boom. It helps to have this, and these having their own graphic is nice, but you could honestly almost warrant deleting this and just be like, look at the border, it's an ice mage. This is something like Flesh and Blood does as well that I really love, that you can tell what the card type is by looking at the border. I love when cards look like that. I think it looks so good. But yeah, I do also like it has the least amount of fan service. This is not trying to get you to goon all over your cardboard. This is just cool girls doing cool things. Like, this girl looks sick. Angel Lady with a hammer, sign me up. A little cosmic girly pop. I'm so down. I am so down. So that's another A+ for the game right there. Is I love that. What I don't even know what these elements are, so I can't click on them. But regardless, I think it looks super cool. From visual design, love this game. Love this game so much. Something you will notice by looking at the cards. This is a Yu-Gi-Oh game, and they have a lot of varying stats. So you have this, which is like 5/9. It's a normal magic number, right? That's a pretty typical magic number. But then I get to something bigger and it's like, oh, 2013. That was a good year. Okay. And you keep bigger and you go, oh, 3020. And this is a Yu-Gi-Oh game with life points, right? So how many life points do you start with? Well, you start with 100. Start with 100 life points, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It just means that when you're making cards, the knobs you get to twist, right? The knob of power and toughness, their dials are huge. Like if you were to roll dice to determine stat value, you could roll like a D like 65, right? So the stats are gonna get a little crazy, and they're not gonna have a lot of like uniformity to them. So that's more of a personal gripe. That has nothing to do with the game. I am going to and then the second thing. Right, one day they're gonna make 101 probably. Because that'd be like Yugs making an 8,000. I don't know if they've done that yet. They haven't made a base that 8,000. The second thing I love about this game that makes it super, super cool is, first off, the game uses leaders, which I don't really like. I don't like leaders in games. I don't think they're a necessity. And I think a lot of times leaders are put into games because they feel like it should have leaders. And 9 times out of 10, they don't need to be there. I've seen 10,000, but you know what I mean. that card's a bit. The only games that have leaders that matter is like Force of Will and Star Wars, because they'll flip into guys and become relevant on the board. Or you can say stuff like Flesh and Blood, because the leader is like your class and you build the effect, or you build your deck around the effect. But 9 times out of 10, I think if a game can avoid having leaders, it should. I think you should only include leaders out of absolute necessity. Now, this game has leaders, which I don't like, but I think they found a way to make leaders the coolest thing of all time, because so you have your monarch, your leader, which has like an effect, which is like whatever, it's fine. You pick your favorite VTuber as an effect, but on the back of the card, it determines your board layout. So your board is, you have a front row and a back row, and then your spell and trap zones. And depending on what leader you play, you get access to a different amount of zones. So like, you can have a leader that just has no spell and trap zones, and you get no spells and traps, and you just play all guys. You could get a leader that plays like no guys, and it's all spell and trap zones, and you just start playing like runics. You get stuff that's, and like the normal one they show here is like, you just get 2 frontline, 2 backline, and all your spell and trap zones, right? You could have one that's like all frontline, no backline, and then spell and traps, or you can be like all backline spell and like. So depending on what leader you pick, you play the game fundamentally differently. And I think that's sick. That's super awesome. And I'm so intrigued by that. This game has a lot of really, really good and cool ideas coming from a standpoint of it's just Yu-Gi-Oh! And then we just added a bunch of things on top of it, right? To kind of make it cute. The problem is they've added a little too many things on top of it. I'm not going to go through the whole rulebook, because as you can see, it would take me literal hours. It's so dense and compact with things. Oh, wait, here's all the card types and elements. So we have Dark, Wind, Ice, Light, Earth, Fire, Metal, Thunder, and Water. And then you can be an Idol, Mage, Machine, Undead, Warrior, Holy, Reptile, Primal, Cosmic, Demon, or Noble. So this is cool. So it's not a commander, because it's not a card that hits the board. This is more like a one-piece leader. It's a card that just sits there. It just kind of sits in the leader zone and has an effect that you can activate sometimes. But the reason you need the leader is because your leader determines how your board is laid out, what zones you get access to. So this is a game where the leader, I would say, is fundamental to the gameplay, because it literally determines how you play the game. Unlike One Piece, where like you could cut the leader and it's like you lose an attacker and like an effect, but really, like, are you losing that much, right? But this, like, you lose the leader, you lose how you play the game. So I like that the leaders are kind of fundamental to the game. But yeah, it's a lot of types. There's a lot of types and a lot of things, which I think is fine. I have no issue with it. But that's something you're going to notice. This is kind of indicative of the main point I'm going to hammer on, is that I don't want to say like V Royale, because this is way worse than V Royale. This game is doing the absolute most. Like, the most. There is so much, I think, just bloat, I think is the word I would use. I think I would use bloat. And give them correctly as cards you tribute to material, like them stronger. Yeah, so that's Gate Ruler. Gate Ruler, I do have issues with it, because, so here's the thing, right? I shouldn't say it changes how you play the game, because Gate Ruler changes how you play the game, right? So this gives you the field layout, just gives you zones. This is more like, I would say, deck archetype, like control aggro midrange. This gives Yu-Gi-Oh! Finally gives Yu-Gi-Oh! Like control aggro midrange. And depending on like what zones you get access to, determines how you want to build your deck, right? Like a deck that has a front line and no back line is going to be constructed differently than a deck that has like all front line, no back line, right? A deck that only gets like 2 spell and trap zones is going to look a lot different than a deck that gets 4. The problem with Gate Ruler is that it literally changed like the mechanics of the game, in that like you have one leader that said, instead of drawing a hand of cards, you instead just play off the top of your deck. And because of this, cards had to have like 4 different effects that all work differently depending on which leader we're using, because they would all trigger differently based on how you were playing the game. The idea was that it was supposed to be like playing Magic versus Yu-Gi-Oh! Like you're playing Uno and your opponent's playing Go Fish. That's cool. That's cute in concept, but like I don't like that in theory because that just kind of sounds like a disaster. You're both playing Rift Runners. You're both playing the same game. It's just that you're approaching it in different ways, and I think it's very cool. It's like in Magic how you have control, aggro, mid-range, and combo, right? It's just your leader determines like how you approach building your deck because your board state's going to be different. I think this is a much better way of doing what Gate Ruler tried to do. I think that's what I would say. Rift Runners does what Gate Ruler tried to do, I think, more successfully, in my opinion. I'm not saying Gate Ruler failed. I know plenty of people that love Gate Ruler. I think it's the best game of all time. It just personally for me, it didn't really hit. I saw The Apprentice. He was like, you just play off the top of your deck, and I'm like, that's not fun. I don't think that's very fun. I want to play with my cards. But this is really, really cool. But you'll notice this game has a lot of bloat. Something cool that they do, instead of having stars, they're all ranked in these tiers or levels. And there's 1 through 4, and 4 is God tier, and ooh. But the way you summon them is you have to tribute them. You have to tribute summon. And 2s require a tribute. Basically, the amount of material you need to summon them is just well, what am I trying to say? 1 minus the number. So like 2 needs 1 material, 3 needs 2 materials, 4 needs 3 materials, right? And when you tribute summon, instead of the thing going to your graveyard, it sticks onto the unit as Xyz material. And you can either spend it for card effects, or let's say you tribute for your level 2 and you get a card as Xyz material under it, right? If you go to tribute for a level 3, you can tribute the 2 and the Xyz material, and that counts as your 2 tributes for the 3. So you can kind of like Digivolve stack them up, right? You can like Digivolve stack your guys, and then you can make a 4 that has like 3 materials on it, right? I think that's cool. The idea of instead of just tribute goes to the grave, you get to keep it as Xyz material, and now you get access to this like new mechanic via that. I think that's really sick. I think that's really awesome. A problem they have is they go a little too far with it, where, let me see if I can find it. It's this stupid Unity thing. So there's, first of all, this is how they explain what I just said about Xyz material. It's like 4 paragraphs, right? So this is the Xyz material, and they're called rally tokens. There's also this other thing. There's 2 other kinds of tokens called Rift tokens and Unity tokens. And like the Rift tokens is like Xyz material that's generated by an effect, and a Unity token is like you can just take a card from your hand and stick it under a guy, and it gets a stat boost based on this little purple number in the corner that you guys can't see because of chat. But like a Unity token isn't a rally token, but they're both stuck under the guy. And then a Rift token is sort of like a Unity token, but unlike Unity tokens, it's not represented by cards. They're represented by objects placed on the card. So it's like you have to put a counter on the card to represent a Rift token. So your card can have 3 different cards attached to it. You can have the rally token, which is Xyz material. A Unity token is an Xyz material you stick under the card from your hand, but it's not an Xyz material. It doesn't count as the same thing, but they're in the same spot. One's like, I guess maybe we put one face down. And then a Rift token isn't a token represented by cards. It's instead a little counter, like a dice or a bead that you put on top of the card, but it's also considered a token. It's a lot. It's just a lot. And it's explained in a very roundabout way. So which one would be more complicated, Rift or V Royale? Here's the thing. V Royale is extremely simple from a rules standpoint. The complexity of the game comes from the cards. Rift Runners is complex out the gate. You have to figure out all of this before you can even touch the game. So I would say Rift Runners, more complicated because it has a way bigger barrier of entry. I think V Royale, once you get it, you're kind of in, and it's not too hard to figure out. And like, if you do have any questions, you can just kind of look at the base rules and figure it out based on that. Rift Runners, dude, anything could be going on. They have equip card. They took equip cards and they split them into two different cards. So these are both equips, but one is a like weapon and one's an armor card. But like it's not the only place it's denoted is in the effect text where it says equip armor and equip weapon. And there's no real mechanical difference. It's just that one is more defensive in nature and one is more offensive in nature and like gives you like an attack buff. But like the distinction like didn't really need to happen. You know what I mean? Like, this distinction is like there for like, oh, this would be cool. So here's the thing: a lot of this game is made with the idea of, well, this would be cool in mind, and not like this is necessary for the game to work. This doesn't need to be a thing. This is just something they thought was neat, but it just adds more complication because now I have to figure out, okay, what's the difference between an offensive equip and an armor equip? Is there one? Probably not, but it's distinct. It's distinguished here, so we probably have to figure out what it is. Another thing too, equips can only be used on vanillas. Something you'll notice, they have these things called lore fighters, which are just Yu-Gi-Oh vanillas, so actually I should start with this game is, you'll notice this is made by someone who plays a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh, but doesn't quite understand why things work or are made in the way that they are. So the baseline example of this is the lore fighters, which is, it's a Yu-Gi-Oh vanilla, but since in Yu-Gi-Oh vanillas don't have text, they just replace the effect text with lore. So they just took that completely literally and made a card type after it. So instead of a normal monster, it's a lore fighter, because instead of effect text, it has lore on the card. So I'm gonna get into more examples, but this game comes from like a fundamental misunderstanding of like how Yu-Gi-Oh operates and why it does it. It's like if you like gave Yu-Gi-Oh to like your grandpa and said, copy this as homework and make another game. They're gonna be like, well, these normal things have lore instead of card effects, so I'm gonna make the same thing, and we're gonna name them lore fighters because they have lore instead of card effects. But that's was never really indicative of why the card was a normal monster. They just did it because they had the space for it and they wanted to put text on the card. It being a lore fighter has nothing to do with it being a vanilla, but they did anyway. So this game cares a lot about vanillas. So they don't have effects, but they have higher stats, and some of the equip cards. So there's action counter and equip cards that only work with lore fighters. So a lot of the cards only work with vanillas. A lot of its screens are setting this out for on Sat 3 of I. Yeah, right. It's really weird from like a base. But yeah, they turned equip into a gimmick for vanillas. It's I don't know. It's just a lot. It's a lot. It's just a lot. Something also I want to talk about. I mean, pull up my notes for the notes for this section are so freaking long. There's so much. There's so much stuff. So there's a series of misnomers in this game. It is made by someone who I feel like quite doesn't understand how card games work or like why they work in the way that they do. The first example is how to win or lose. Just read this paragraph, okay? How do you win or lose? A game is broken into rounds. Each round can be thought of as a self-contained game. Well then, if rounds can be thought of as games, why don't we just call them games? There are several win-lose conditions that end a round. When that happens, the board is cleared and players start a new round. Rounds are played in best 2 out of 3. How do you lose a round? Well, you either run out of HP, from which you start with 100, or you deck out, or you surrender. So, this game is worded as though it's played over the course of rounds like in V-Card. Normally in a card game, when you play a round, you play a hand, and that's one game. Whoever made this said, oh, card games, you play card games best 2 out of 3, right? Well, what if instead of calling them games, instead let's switch it and call the whole best 2 out of 3, that's the game, and then the round is the games that you play in the series of best 2 out of 3. But we're gonna word it like it's this really simple thing, like, oh, you play a best 2 out of 3 round. Okay, what's a round? A round is an entire game. Like, the way you win the round is by reducing your opponent's hit life points to 0. You win the whole, you play a whole game. A round is an entire game of, imagine if I told you we're gonna play a game and it's a series of rounds, and you go, okay, what do we do during a round? Well, we play an entire game of 2007 Yu-Gi-Oh. It's not a round, as you noticed, I just said game. That's a game, not a round. It's a game. And game, and then what do we have? You said it right there. You play a match. You play a match. Is best 2 out of 3 games. So you'll notice there's a lot of misnomers here. All of the words are used wrong. They all have the wrong definitions. It's a bunch of words with the wrong definitions. And guess what? There's plenty more. There's more of these. But yeah, having you play a match written in the rules is really weird. Like, that's not something you do. And you'll notice they do that a lot with a lot of cards. I'm going to get to the best one. No, I'm going to get to the second best one. There's 2 that are really good. The first, so that's misnomer 1. Misnomer 1 is how you win or lose, is they just somehow said you play in a series of rounds, but rounds are entire games. And they did it in a way to convolutedly write that best 2 out of 3 matches are like standard gameplay. That was their goal. And that's how they achieved it, by writing that mess. Misnomer number 2, I have to find it, but it's, let me find it. Here it is. Okay, perfect. We got it. So something they do is not even just keywords, but any possible action you can take in a game. Like, anything you can do is, if it attacks the next round, that'd be awful. Because that's in the next, you have to remember that for the next game when you shuffle and play again. That sounds horrendous. I hope they never do that. Anything you could possibly do in the game has an associated paragraph. Like, shuffling. The main and fodder decks must be shuffled and allowed to be cut before each round starts. Like, I don't need a paragraph explaining what shuffling is. But they go even further in that they have draw. They explain draw. Players draw 1 card from their main deck per turn and have the option of drawing an additional card from the fodder deck per turn. Players can draw more cards through card effects. So something you'll notice is when you try to define draw, it doesn't work because you limit it way too much. Like, what do you mean? The definition of draw is that you draw for your at the start of your turn. That's not the definition of draw. And then they like realize this and have to go back in and correct it by saying players can draw more cards through card effects. Like, oh shoot, this doesn't mean you can, because you read this and you're like, I guess draw means I only get my start of turn draw, and that's what draw always means. And it's like, oh shoot, no, that's not what it means. We just wanted to define draw for no clear reason. You can draw more cards through card effects for sure. Why have this? There's no reason to have this as a definition. It doesn't make any sense. Honestly, you do. You need two rulebooks. Their core rulebook is like comp rules. Their core rulebook is literally comp rules. They need like a quick start guide. But then you have stuff like pull. So normally when people say, whoops, you can see my mouse, I had to click on it. Normally when people say pull, it's people that don't play card games, and when they say pull, they mean draw. Like you have a deck and they're like, oh, I'm gonna pull a card from my deck, and they draw a card. Normally when people say pull, they just mean draw. It's just like normie-ease, basically. People that don't play card games say this. But in this game, pull is a mechanic. And pull refers to adding a card to your hand from the main deck, fodder deck, void, or exile. Which again is weird and doesn't need to be keyworded, but since they've keyworded it, you now have this really weird corner case situation you have to all describe. So you have, in case of pulling a card from the deck, the player can choose their main deck or fodder deck. The deck is always shuffled afterwards. If an effect says to pull a card, but does not specify where to pull it from, the main and fodder deck are default locate. So like by keywording the effect pull and just making it mean adding a card from a zone to your hand, you now have to write all of this rules text to account for like weird corner cases that you've now keyworded. It's just a disaster. It's an absolute, this can get deleted and changes absolutely nothing. And instead of just putting down, and because now, what's the benefit? Now in the card text, I can write, pull a card from void. Well, guess what? If you delete all this absolute nonsense, what do you have to put on the card text? Choose a card in your void and add it to your hand. So, and then there's this thing, this deal. I still don't even know what this means. This has got to be card text specific because reading it makes no sense. It says, dealing removes cards from the top of your main deck. That's what deal does. Deal removes cards from the top of your main deck. And then all this text of, these cards cannot be directly targeted by effects while they are being dealt. These cards are revealed to both players as they are being dealt unless specified otherwise in the card effect. A deal effect can be negated at the effect's activation, but cannot be negated as the cards are being dealt. Effects can respond after this card is finished. Why is this a thing? Why are we keywording the effect text of reveal the top card of your deck? Why are we keywording it? Yeah, it's excavate. Why are we keywording excavate and then giving it 8 paragraphs of rulings? Just say reveal the top card of your deck. You don't need to put in deal, say deal means removing cards on top of your main deck, and having all these clauses to specify what it actually means. It's nonsense. And Yamadal, you make the point that I'm trying to make. You say it perfectly. This is written by people that are trying to make the argument for keywords in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's the people that try to say, like, you should keyword the Madolche text, or you should keyword the text on all of the Madolches that say, when they die, you spin them back into the deck. And instead make that a Madolche keyword, right? But it's just like... So here's the thing. Yeah, I was out for 10 minutes. I'm going to be on Rift. Rift is there's so much stuff. You missed the best part. This game is insane. This game is actually, like, psychotic in the way that it's constructed. I don't even, it's a disaster. It's an absolute disaster. It's a complete incomprehensible mess. And like, that's the thing. Search shouldn't be a keyworded defined term. Search is just an action you perform that you know what it means because you have literary comprehension of the English language. You just know search by looking it up in Webster's dictionary. Search means to just look through a thing. To search your deck, it just means to just look through your deck. I shouldn't have to write in the rules keyword. Search is when a player picks up their deck, looks through the cards, and that's what search means. You know what search means. If you speak English, you know what search means. So like by like keywording effects like draw, pull, and deal and making them all different things, you get into this weird situation where you have to now describe what each of those things are and account for every single corner case and which and why that thing can appear. The big thing I'm getting at is that this game is made by a Reddit thread of people that think they can fix Yu-Gi-Oh! And there's no bigger example. I want to make sure I'm on track with my notes. Yeah, there's no bigger example than misnomer number 3. Let me see if I can find it. I think it's in the back, but I want to find a card with the text. I want to find a card with this text printed on it because honestly, you have to just see it to believe it. I cannot believe they put this specific set of words on a piece of cardboard unironically. Here we go. Arcane Chef Tatsu. Let's read this card together, all right? Let's read this together. Effect. Expend 1 rally token from this card to quick deploy up to 2 Tier 0 Lord Fighters from your deck. Hard once per turn. You can't quick deploy anything else that turn. You guessed it. This game is made by the people that think that Yu-Gi-Oh! Should just put the word hard once per turn on all of their cards. Oh man. I mean, explaining draw kind of makes sense for a newbie since draw for many means draw. No, so like, but okay. Here's the thing though. Yeah, they put hard once per turn. And not only that, there's also soft once per turn. If I can find a card that says it. It's so blurry, it's hard to see. There are card effects that say soft. Yeah, here we go. Here's a card. This Kitsune. They also have soft once per turn. So you have hard once per turn and soft once per turn printed on the cardboard. So there is no deader giveaway because before it's all assumption, right? But this clearly pointed out that this was literally constructed by the Yu-Gi-Oh Reddit thread that thinks they can fix Yu-Gi-Oh by keywording card effects and putting soft once per turn on cards. Because this is their main point is we should put soft once per turn on cards. This is the main conceit of the Reddit thread that thinks they can fix card games is put soft once per turn on cards. And it's like, that's not how card games, that's not how Yu-Gi-Oh works. It's just not how the game works. And you can't just snap your fingers and say that's how it works. But when you make your own game, you totally can. But this lets you know that this game is made by people that think they can fix Yu-Gi-Oh! And they do it in the weirdest, like, iron fist, like, the most ham-fisted ways possible. It is, what's the only game to ever, it's this game, because soft once per turn is it's Yu-Gi-Oh nomenclature. It's not an actual thing. The card text hard once per turn isn't a thing. It is made up by the community as nomenclature. It is not text printed on the card. There's no such thing as hard once per turn. There is, this effect can only be used by this card's names once per turn. We use hard once per turn as a no, I get you're being facetious, but like, I think that's very important to point out is that, like, yeah, that's not like a card game mechanic, that is nomenclature. So what they've done is they've taken card game nomenclature and turned it into game mechanics. And you're going to see how that's kind of disastrous and doesn't work. Like, at all. Yeah, they technically have Vanguards once per turn, but it's all Yu-Gi-Oh. It's all soft and hard once are Yu-Gi-Oh. Like, those are Yu-Gi-Oh. It's like what's a Vanguard version? Do we have one? Vanguard's so weebalicious. They nickname every action you can perform. I don't think we have like a term that's specific to Vanguard that isn't like a rules that isn't a rules thing. Bet they can't explain it. I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up in the rule because it's in the rules. So I'll pull it up. I can't think of like a Vanguard example of a term that we use that isn't in the, I guess Highlander is like the best I can think of, but not great. It's like if you tried to print Highlander on cardboard. It's like, well, Highlander isn't a game mechanic, it's a descriptor. It's a term used to illustrate that your deck contains a bunch of one-ofs, right? That's not like an actual like mechanic you could print on a piece of cardboard. Hard once per turn and soft once per turn are kind of similar. They're just used to denote that like the effect is hard once per turn, right? But like Vanguard got this with like Nemain. We got hard once per turns in Vanguard with V Nemain, but they didn't print hard once per turn on the card. They worded it so that it works the way it's supposed to work. So if we go to the rulebook and the very end, they mention it. This is their chain is called combos. Here we go. Once per turn, soft once per turn versus hard once per turn. Once per turn stands for, or 1 PT stands for once per turn. You will see this at the end of a sentence describing an effect on a card. This means an effect can only be used once per turn. A soft once per turn means that a card could activate its effect once per turn, but other copies of the same card could use their effects. A hard once per turn means that no additional copies of the card can use their effects in that turn. A card may contain multiple effects, one of them being soft once and one being hard once. Okay, ride chain. That's good. I don't think those are actually called ride chains. We just called them ride chain. So the example of this would be like, let's say you have full moon, you have Tsukuyomi, you have crescent moon Tsukuyomi. If I wanted to remake Vanguard with this style of design, I would write Tsukuyomi is on ride chain, period. That's it. What's ride chain? Well, ride chain refers to checking the top 7 card of your deck and searching for or it would be like ride chain : half moon Tsukuyomi, period. And it's like, what does that mean? Well, ride chain refers to when you ride this unit, check the top 7 cards of your deck, look for the card next to the colon, and then add it to your hand and put the cards on the bottom. We're keywording things that don't need to have keywords. We're turning nicknames into keywords is the thing that we're doing. So like this whole paragraph describing what a soft once per turn and what a hard once per turn is, well, soft once per turn is kind of coded into the rules of your game normally. You shouldn't have to write soft once per turn on cards. It's just kind of built into your rule book that if a card leaves the field and comes back, it is now, or like you play a second copy, it is a new iteration of that card and no longer falls under the once per turn clause, right? And then hard once per turn exists to say that rule doesn't apply to this effect. This effect also doesn't get excused by that rule. It's only used by this card name once per turn. You cannot cheat around the soft once per turn. But they took that concept, that rules idea, and just turned it into worded mechanics. So it just gets into like a silence equals Vanguard style once per turn. So Yu-Gi-Oh has both. Yu-Gi-Oh has once and soft. So in Yu-Gi-Oh, once per turn is the same as Vanguard's once per turn. It's if the card leaves the field and comes back, you can use the once per turn effect again. Yu-Gi-Oh only has hard once per turn in the same way Vanguard has hard once per turn with the main, where it's you cannot use the effect of this card's name for the rest of the turn. So let me pull up Nemain to illustrate this, because Vanguard also has hard once per turn. But for those of you that didn't play during the time, you might not know this. So this is Nemain in V series. Yeah, very boobalicious, because of course. But she says, rest this unit, search your deck for up to 1 power 5k card, called to open, rear guard, shuffle your deck. This ability may only be used by a card with the same card name once a turn. Skull Witch. This is so you can't go Nemain for Nemain for Nemain for Nemain. You have to search a different 5k, right? And you can't play multiple Nemains and search multiple 5Ks. You get one Nemain once per turn to search, right? That's why it's hard once. It's so funny you say Boomer Vanguard days, because for me, this is my Boomer Vanguard days. This is Boomer Vanguard, when Nemain was a 3K grade 2. This is Boomer Vanguard. So hearing people say Boomer is V is really, really funny. I'm like a freaking, I'm a Vanguard baby boomer here, and y'all are like Gen Xers playing V, and then all of the Gen Z people are like, oh yeah, Nemain, you mean the Keter card. But it's so funny. Yeah, we got, it's, the great, yeah, the great 2. Yeah, this is Boomer Vanguard. This is Boomer Vanguard. Yeah, no, that's fair. Yu-Gi-Oh is well known for the once per turns and vice versa. But like, I just want to make sure that we're not thinking that Yu-Gi-Oh only has hard onces and Vanguard only has softs. They both have both. But Yu-Gi-Oh is very much known for having hard once per turns, for sure, absolutely. Boomer Vanguard is Limit Break. Okay, yeah, that's Boomer Vanguard. That's some Boomer Vanguard right there. Oh yeah. So yeah, it is somebody taking Yu-Gi-Oh like nickname and nomenclature and turning it into like actual mechanic. And when you do that, things get really messy really fast. And that's most of this game. Most of this game is getting really messy, get really fast, because they don't quite know how to design a game. It's very much like copy paste Yu-Gi-Oh, but not quite copy paste. It's like if someone tried to, it's like the try to draw Yu-Gi-Oh from memory. That's a good example. Rift Runners is try to draw Yu-Gi-Oh for memory, where it gets pretty close, but then you get like weird stuff like Lore Fighters, which is like really hammering home normal monsters when normal monsters weren't supposed to be that special in the first place. And then including mechanics like hard once per turn, soft once per turn, and then like describing like a bunch of things that you don't need to describe, like how to draw a card. It's like, I should just be able to tell you, what does draw a card mean? Oh, you just card from top of your deck into your hand. That should be the end all be all. That should not be like a written rule I have to write down, because then you hit the situation of they write it down and they go, what does draw a card mean? And well, draw is when you take a card from the top of your deck and put it in your hand at the start of your turn. Oh, but also shoot, it's not only at the start of your turn, also players can draw more cards through card effects. You get really messy about defining what draw a card means. It's not easy to like define. It's like describe the color orange. Like you can't really do that. And if you try to do it, it's going to get out of hand really quick. I think games like this always struggle with. This reminds me of Yu-Gi-Oh! Actually, I'm going to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Instead. For sure, this is almost like the opposite effect, where this is clearly someone who's like, I want to make Yu-Gi-Oh! Again, but I want to add all my personal fixes to it. And it's like, okay, bud, there's a reason they don't print hard once per turn on cardboard. And they're like, watch me. So they go into their own game and print hard once per turn on cardboard. And as you can see, it becomes really messy. And you've noticed, I've been talking about this game for like 30 minutes. I haven't even told you the rules, barely. Something fun too, right? So I mentioned earlier how you actually, instead of tributing, you kind of like Xyz overlay Pokemon Evolve on the stuff, and your tribute materials become Xyz materials, right? So you have this secondary side deck called the fodder deck. In addition to your main, imagine being rule shark by drawing wrong. Yeah, you'd probably be able to do that with this. It's weird. True, then yeah, right. You just go back to Yu-Gi-Oh. You're like, this is literally Yu-Gi-Oh with extra steps. Like, I'll just go play Yu-Gi-Oh at that point. To decipher this, I'll go play Yu-Gi-Oh. It's just a mess. But you have this thing called a fodder deck, right? And it's the fodder deck is composed of tier 0, so level 0 lore fighters. So it's only level 0 vanillas, right? And cards with permission given in their text. So I guess you have cards that say this can be included in your fodder deck. You can only have 3 copies between the fodder and the main, sure. And then the fodder deck is 9 to 15. So you essentially have a side deck or an extra deck in Yugs of level 0 guys that are specifically vanillas. And then when you conduct your normal draw from your main deck, you can also draw an additional card from the fodder deck. This is optional when the card is drawn from the fodder deck. It must be shown to the opponent. This verifies that the player is not using illegal cards in the fodder deck. This isn't something you have to do in games. This is like in Vanguard. When you search your deck for a card, add it to your hand, you don't reveal it to your opponent to confirm that it's a legal card. You just add it to your hand. Like, I get the like idea, but it's not something you have to print on your cardboard, you know? Right? I got to show you to prove. I mean, this is very Yu-Gi-Oh player mentality is, well, we got to make sure they show the cards so they don't cheat. Because obviously, if someone can just draw cards from their fodder deck, they're going to cheat and put cards in their fodder deck. This is why you deck check people. So like, that's already really weird. And then there's like this whole thing about pulling and deploying. When in effect pulls or deploys fighter from the deck, they can either be the main deck or fodder deck. Basically the idea, right, is like, okay, if my entire game is comprised off of tribute summons, right, and I'm expected to tribute from, yeah, my deck isn't illegal every turn, and I'm expected to tribute from a 1 to a 2 to a 3 to a 4, and I'm supposed to be digi-evolving, stacking on top of that every single turn, it makes sense to have this extra deck of normal summonable monsters, so that way every turn you guarantee you draw from this extra side deck to guarantee you have a normal every turn. Because in Yugs, your deck just needs to have normal summons and then maybe like a couple monarchs, or maybe like one, like, because this game is like very like paced like 2007, right? Not a lot of, no extra deck. You're just normal summon and tribute summoning, right? So back when Yu-Gi-Oh was played like that, you'd have your normal summons and then like maybe a couple monarchs that were 1 tribute that you could play off like BrainCon and stuff. And then maybe like a Demok was the only double tribute monster you play because it's really hard to get 2 tributes. Now in this game, getting 2 tributes is easy because you just have the tribute for your monarch and then you can tribute on top of that for like a level 8 or higher, right? Love Monarch gaming. It's so fun. Ryza, hate that guy. Ryza can go kick rocks. So it makes sense that in a game where now you have to manage not just a single and double tribute, you also have 3 and 4, your deck gets bloated really quick. So it is really nice to have this side deck of normal summons you can draw, right? Well, the thing is, level 1s also don't require a tribute. Level 1s are also normal summonable. So you have this side deck of only 0s, with the perceived intention being you always have a normal, but the cards you actually want to normal summon are 1s that you can only put in your main deck. So we already have to construct our deck by relying on drawing 1s for our normals anyway. So this is the 0 side deck thing is really just this oddly like tacked on piece that doesn't feel like the necessity that it's supposed to be. And that's a lot of this game. A lot of this game has a lot of like extra moving parts that don't feel like they need to be there. Like, this is a cool extra thing. Like, oh, you get to draw an extra card from the side deck every turn. Like, that's neat, but it's not a necessity because the cards I actually want to normal, which is the level 1s, are in my main deck. Like this thing is level, I want to be normaling this, my 18-7, not my 5-9. And from what I can tell, you still have to normal this. So it's not like you get to play it for free and then boom, tribute on top of it. So I don't understand the point. Besides like, oh, it's just cute, you get an extra card every turn. Ooh. It doesn't seem like a necessity. And that's a lot of this game. A lot of this game is a lot of things that aren't a necessity. The card design with the color and the type, super, I think that's a necessity. That's great, right? The leader determining your board state, that needs to be there. That makes a lot of sense. But then you have like this, that's like, seems like tacked on and doesn't make any sense. And like splitting the armor, like the equip cards. Like, why? We didn't need to do this. But yeah, right. Imagine that. Explain how restanding works every single time. Yeah, it's a disaster, and like this, that's what they're trying to do here. It's just kind of an overall nightmare, and I don't know. There's probably even more. Honestly, there's probably more to go into, but I've been yapping about it for so long because there's so much to talk about. It's so bloated. Um, and honestly, I think the best part, the actual best part that I didn't get to, let me find it. Where's ending the game? Where I gotta find ending the game. That's win or lose. I need actual end of game procedure. You have to read the end of game procedure because it is it really it puts the icing on the cake. It really puts the icing on the cake. Turn phases, combat, turn structure, damage step, fighter cards, tokens, mechanics. No, that's targeting. Removal, revealing cards. Here we go. Here it is. The icing on top. Okay. Right here at the end. It was right above the oops. It was no, where'd it go? That's the field layout. Here. It was right above the soft once per turn. The icing on the cake. When a game ends, players must reveal their face down cards to ensure that cards were not illegally placed in the wrong zones. Now, this feels very just, gotta make sure no one's cheating, right? But this one, I actually do have a real negative consequence for this being a thing. So in Yugs, there's a thing you can do, right? Let's say you're playing like, kind of like Edison. This is that's a thing. No, it's not. You don't have to. Yeah, and if we're cheating in 2014, yeah, sure. No, this isn't a thing. You don't have to. If I set 5 and scoop, I don't have to flip my 5 face downs over. You just scoop and go next. With morphs. So wait, if you play Magic and you scoop with a morph on the board, you have to flip over the morph to confirm that it. What you're confirming? You can morph whatever you want. You don't have to confirm. What do you mean? There's nothing to confirm with morphs. You can like morph whatever unless you play it from hand, right? You have to confirm that it's the right card. But what's the point? There's like reason to do that. Like, why would you have to flip over the card to confirm you didn't cheat with a morph of the game ends? But you didn't cheat if you win, I guess. I guess in the extremes, like the specific circumstance that like you swing for game with a face down morph card, like that's so it's specifically if you pay the morph cost for a card, put it face down, attack with it, win the game with that attack, then you have to flip it and be like, yes, I could actually pay the morph cost for this. I guess that's fair, but again, that's a niche corner case. This is indiscriminately, no matter what, everything you play gets flipped up and confirmed that you didn't cheat. Yeah, and Yu-Gi-Oh! People would check the Infernity player didn't cheat. Okay, I haven't seen that. Because my thought is that something you could do is that if I set cards, well, there you go. That's the great example of putting just comp rules in the actual rulebook. Why would you ever do that? Because I read this and I think, well, it would be nice if I could, like, let's say, like, I set my stuff up. Like, I have this game plan. It's all about my back row. And I set up. And then my opponent does something on their turn. And I'm like, I can't beat this. And time's running out. It's instead of trying to play out the game and probably lose, it's more advantageous for me to insta-scoop to go to the next game to not only have more time, but to give my opponent no information about what deck I'm playing, right? If I can scoop before they know what I'm on, it's much more advantageous to scoop and just go next to try to win the next 2 games in the time you're allotted than to play out a probably losing matchup. You can go into game 2 with much more of an advantage by having your opponent not know what you're on. But in this game, if I do that and I scoop, I have to show them what I'm playing. So it makes it kind of pointless. So I personally don't like that. I don't like that. But hearing y'all say this, chat, that makes a lot of sense. It's a classic comp rules corner case to just ensure no one is cheating. printed generically and blatantly on a core rule book for kitchen table. Right? This is like if I'm playing this with a buddy and we're kitchen tabling, I don't have to like every time the game is gonna be, good game, man. Hey, flip over that face down. I got to make sure that face down's actually a trap card. Let me make sure. And they go, yeah, we've been playing for like, dude, this is game 6. Yes, it's a trap. You know what I mean? But it's just stuff like that. That's like, did this need to be here? Did this need to be in this document? Because this isn't even like comp rules, right? This document is just clearly a core rulebook of just the basics. This is not a comp rulebook, right? It's missing a lot of stuff to be a comp rulebook, but it has just random comp rules in it. So overall, to finally close the door on Rift Runners, which I only talk about it so much because it has a lot of stuff I really, really, really like, and then immediately ruins it all with just a massive amount of bloat and just kind of not really knowing what they're doing, which is whatever. But like, the final thought is that this game has some incredible ideas, like card frame, right? The way leaders change your board, and the use of the overlay materials for tribute fodder is really, really cool. But the base game is so complex and clearly made by Yu-Gi-Oh! Redditors that it becomes almost completely unapproachable. Like, I think the end, like the final rating is that Rift Runners is it's just doing too much. It's doing way too much, to the point where it's just like almost incomprehensible. And negate deployment part, it says unless it says can't be negated. Yeah, like it's just like a bunch of like, they're thinking of all of the corner case rulings like as they're writing the rule book. It's super weird. Let me find the negate deployment part, because like, what are they? Negate deployment. If a deployment, so deployment is like summon, I think. But deployment is negated, then the deployed fighter is sent to the void. Destruction protection does not save the card from this fate. It would need text that says its deployment cannot be negated. If a normal deployment is negated, it still counts as deploy. So this is like, yeah, this one's tough. This one's weird. It's because it's like written for someone who doesn't understand what negate deployment means and is like actively explaining to them as if they asked the question in real time. When the negate deployment is negated, the deployment comes into the void. Destruction protection does not save the card. It would need text that's like, this is written, it would need text that says its deployment cannot be negated. It's like how you would speak to somebody. Like, this is how you would talk to a kid at your locals who's trying to figure out what negate means, right? But like, you don't want to write your text like that. You really don't want to write rules text like how you would just kind of like relay it to someone when you're speaking it. So it comes off a little weird. But that's another good example. Thank you for that. It just comes off a little odd. So this one's tough. For Rift Runners, I want to put it in B tier. Because it does a lot of stuff I like. I love the leaders. I love the card design. I love that the VTubers don't quite look like VTubers, look like anime girls. And if you recognize them, that's awesome. I like the overlay materials. It does a lot of stuff that I love. And honestly, when I first got this idea, I was going to put Rift Runners in S. Then I took notes and I read the rules again, and I knew about the stuff with the hard once per turn, and I'm like, that's silly and I can get past it. But man, reading the rules again, the fact that I couldn't even explain to you guys the core rules quickly, I think I'm going to have to bump it down to the C and put V Royale in B, because at least V Royale is a game that can be understood and played. I need to take a college course on Rift Runners just to explain it to somebody, because oh man, it's something else. It's something else. So yeah, good job. Right, last next, like, great concept, fantastic concept. Execution, not the best. Not, maybe bring in someone who kind of knows what they're talking about to rewrite some rules and clean up some mechanics and just make the game flow a lot smoother. And like, just remember, not everything has to be a mechanic. You can just write effects that do things. Like, the core Yu-Gi-Oh rules are incredibly simple. All of the complexity of Yu-Gi-Oh comes from what the cards do. And that's how we end up with card text that says like hard once per turn, is because all of the rules come from the cards. But if you're starting from this example of all of the rules come from the rules, well, you're writing a bunch of rules that are for games where the rules come from the cards, but your rules clearly come from your rules. So that's how you end up with all this bloat. So you really want to distinguish between core rules and then rules that come from card effects. And I think if you can do that, you are on the way to a really, really good game. Moving on. Next, where am I? I'm over here. Next game. Next, whoa, it did a thing. Wait, hold on, can I want to like reload it. Next game, do the thing. Ooh, graphics. We got HoloLive, baby. We got HoloLive. Now, this one is going to be fun because this is the most real TCG out of all of them. If we go back to the tier list, we'll see that all of these games are mostly indie companies or Kickstarters, right? We have VCard is like Gamer Subs, which I guess is a real company, but it's not like a card game company. Rift Runners is indie as it gets. V Royale is a VTuber that draws comics on Twitter. Oshi Push was a Kickstarter. HoloLive actually produced by a card game company. This game is being printed by Bushiroad. It is not being designed by Bushiroad. It is being designed by HoloLive's card game team, but it is being printed and manufactured by Bushiroad. So that is important to note as we dive into it. I'm going to swap this for this because I keep forgetting about that. Whoopsies, my bad. I'm not good at this. And then, yeah, the TCG, but guess what? We don't have it yet. It is coming to English. It got confirmed like a week ago. We are getting it in English, which everyone was pretty positive we were getting it in English. It's Bushiroad. They port most of the games to English. So we are getting this in English. But you were also correct in that this game is quite literally just Pokemon. So, to be honest, I'm not going to spend too much time on HoloLive. Also, yeah, I forgot the whole site's in Japanese. Can I get just like a really easy... why isn't it translating for me? Hey, bud. Translator. Oh, that's not what I meant. No. Where's my little translate button? Hold up. Goodermon the TCG, yay! Luckily this is HoloLive, which is like an official like company, so they don't get to get super goony with it, which is nice. I appreciate that. No, that like opens translate. I want the where's my little extension that translates the entire website? Normally when I load up a website, it'll give me the little like thing that goes, would you like to translate the website? And I go, yes, and it translates the whole website. Let me go to my extensions. That didn't work. Oh boy. Can I do it here? Normally there's a translate site button sometimes. Nope, not there. So yeah, that's something, while I figure this out, we'll talk about marketing. You'll see from the title thing, HoloLive is very much like where Rift Runners is. Why is it just a white screen? There we go. Not Google Lens, that'd be crazy. Where HoloLive is, or sorry, where Rift Runners is more like anime girls and it, page access? Always run. Okay. I set it to always run and it didn't run. What the heck? Hold on, why isn't this working? I'll have to cut this out of the actual video. I have that though. Right click and then select, yeah, normally I can select translate this page, but it's not letting me select translate this page. If bookmarks, enter full screen copy address, save PDF page source, inspect element. All right, we're just gonna have to rock with it. I'll just pull up like a card list or something, I guess. And we'll just figure it out. Give me this out one. Okay, so something you'll notice is that where Rift Runners was pilled as like anime girls in Fantasyland, and if you don't know their VTubers, you never know. HoloLive is a lot more idol based. It's a lot more, as you can see with Suisei here, it's very idol themed, which is something, you know, if you're into that, cool. I don't know idol culture very well, but I think it's big over there. So there's that. So this game is Pokemon. All right, I'll pull up a Pokemon real quick. These are all Pokemon. They have HP. You have basics, which are debut, and then you have stage 1s and then stage 2s. And they evolve how you think they'd evolve. You know, you go same name on your VTuber, and you evolve your VTuber. They have attacks. You have energy, just like in Pokemon. The difference here, there's some differences. Energy is in a separate deck, much like Force of Will and Pokemon TCG Pocket. So here's this. Lyrical without the school uniforms? Quite literally, yes. And they're like not in school. This is all graduated lyrical students, yeah, for sure. So you have cheer, and this is just energy, and it functions just like energy in Pokemon. It's just that it is in a separate deck that gets shuffled, and every turn you just draw the top, and then you get to equip it to something. So a lot more forceability, which is really cool. I like it better than having to put energy in your deck. I think that's way more interesting. And it makes dual color decks like an actual like thing you have to build because you don't know what energy you're going to hit off the top. So you have to make sure you can get all your color requirements and blah, 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 right? So your VTubers will have, it's literally Pokemon cards. They'll have HP, and they'll have attacks, and then you have to have a certain amount of energy on them to do the attack. And then down here is their retreat cost, and then these boxes are like their titles. So like if there's any archetypes, they'll work with this. So this is just use like JP, and then Hollow X, and then I forget what these are, but I've translated them before. The other difference is there's a couple of effects. There's these keyworded effects, which honestly, low-key forget how they work. They're Collab and Bloom. So this is Bloom. The Bloom ones, these trigger when you evolve them. So they're like on-evolve effects that happen when you evolve them. So that's kind of cool. It is literally a 0 for copying. It's pretty blatant. You also have EXs. So these Buzz cards, these are EXs. They have a rule where when they die, you take 2 more prizes. So I'll get to that in a second. But these Buzzes, literally EXs. Bloom, effect that happens when you bloom or evolve. Same thing. And then you have this one called Collab. So Collab is there's a new second zone, and it's basically a secondary attacker. So in Hololive, instead of having like your active Pokemon, you get 2 active slots. One is your normal active. The other is the second side active zone called the Collab zone. And every turn you get to take a VTuber from your bench, put them in the Collab zone, and if they have this Collab effect, the Collab will trigger. And then when you go to attack, you can attack with your active Mon and whoever's in your Collab zone as long as you have enough energy for it. So you effectively get 2 attackers in Hololive. So that's kind of neat. So that's like a little something extra and spicy. And then at the beginning of your turn, whatever's in your Collab zone goes on your bench rested, and if you want to collab, you can't collab with the rested things. So you can't just like loop the same thing in your collab zone every single turn. You have to collab with different VTubers every turn. So like that's cute, that's cool. The other difference is this game has leaders, a lot like One Piece, because your leader determines how much life you get. Instead of prizes in Pokemon, this game uses life. And when you run out of life, you die. And your life is you take the top, whatever number this is. So I guess I don't know if we have different leaders that have different life stats. Oh yeah, this rabbit girl has, I think it's Pecora. She can have 6 life. So the life stats varied. You take this amount of cards from the top of your shuffled energy deck and put them into your life. And then whenever one of your Mons dies, you get a cheer out of it. You get to ramp your energy a little bit, right? And then hit 0, you lose. The EXs, when the EXs die, these Buzz cards, you take 2 life damage. So that's how the EX power rule works. And then the leaders will have some effects. They'll have they'll have Oshi skill and then Super Oshi skill. This is once per game, and this is like whenever you want. Whenever you attack, you put the top card of your deck face down under your leader, and it generates like hollow energy. I forget what it's called, but that's what you spend to activate this effect. So these both cost 2. So Suise's both cost 2. So if you've attacked twice, you'll have 2 cards under her. It's kind of like Gauge, I guess, that you store under her. And then you can pop 2 of it for this effect, or you can pop 2 for the once per game. Which is like cool. Yeah, right. They fixed the bad part of Pokemon, but it really had to be with leaders. And like what I was talking about earlier, right? And like if you can avoid leaders, do it. This is a game that doesn't need leaders. That it doesn't need leaders at all. It doesn't even matter what color the leader is. You can play whatever colors you want in your decks. It's determined by cheer. So like the only reason the leader matters because the Oshi skill that like you kind of want to build your deck around, sort of, but like they're not like that cool. Like these really don't need to exist. The only reason these exist is that, you know, it's your Oshi and you get to play your Oshi. But also you have certain cards. Let me find it, like these. So there are basics with this rule box. This rule box says you can have any number of copies of this card in your deck. So what this game really incentivizes you to do is pick your Oshi as your leader, and then either pick also your Oshi. So say you want the Owl Girl, you can have her as your leader, and then you can pick also the Owl Girl and build your entire deck around her. And don't worry about not having enough basic Owl Girls because you have this text box here that says you can play any amount you want. So a lot of decks are like your Oshi, also your Oshi with their evolution line, and then whatever VTuber they're friends with, which hers is this girl, whatever VTuber they're friends with will often have effects that like kind of synergize with the main deck. And that's how you build decks. No player interactions. You bet your sweet bippy there aren't. I don't have these translated. These are so all the red line, the limited cards, these are supporters, and the not ones are trainers. The mascots, these are tools, and they, you know, equip to the thing and give it a stat boost. And then more trainers and supporters. This one is how this is the Pokemon. This supporter just says draw 3 cards. This is the basic Pokemon starter deck supporter that you get everywhere. There's a professor. What's it? This is this one's boss's orders. This is literally just boss's orders. And then I think there's one that's like a Professor Sycamore, or like Professor's whatever it is, Professor's Research. Yeah, there's one somewhere in here. This is like super energy retrieval, I think. This like gets a bunch of cheer back. It's literally just Pokemon. It's like copy paste Pokemon. Woo! Yeah! VTubers I don't know. Let's go! Oshis! Yeah! I don't know any of them. I don't know any of these people. We're Ultra Ball that search this. This searches the basic. It's like computer search. This search is a basic. It's not as good as Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball hits anything. This just gets basics, but it gets the ball rolling. I'm trying to think. I have to like remember what they all do because they're not translated. Detective Conan. That's not popular enough in the States. You saw that Bomb and Buddy fight. We're not getting Conan. Oh, I know Morikawa. I know her. I know Morikawa Obey. She raps. She spits bars. I like her. I don't know anyone else really. I don't know anyone else. I think it's just her. We are getting this English. I've gone on record. Have they revealed it? I don't think they have. I will play this game. I don't really like Pokemon, right? So I will play this game when we get the 2 VTubers that sing Fetty Wap. I don't know their names, but it's the 2 little girls that sing Fetty Wap. When we get them, I'll play this game because I think they're in Hololive. Meet more people talking card game design. I'm here. It's the most fun thing in the universe. I love it. I would rather do nothing else for the rest of my life than yap about game design if I could. It's such a blast. It's so fun. It fills me with joy. Spreadsheets. But yeah, so this game literally just Pokemon. Literally, like I have like nothing else to say about it. It's just Pokemon. So like if you like Pokemon and you like VTubers, you'll adore this game. If you don't like Pokemon, you'll hate this game. If you like VTubers, probably have fun. It's a fine game. It's fun. It's a good game. There's like not really a lot to like say. Where'd my tier list go? That was weird. There's honestly not a lot to say about it. My vids have been great. Thank you so much. So I'm gonna put Hololive in A tier because, you know, it's a real game. As sad as it is to have to put the Pokemon clone above all of these, it's the most complete game. So here we are. You know, here we are. It's just a Pokemon clone, but because of that, it means it's a functional game that like plays fine. Like there's not a lot of issues with it. I think set one might have had a stupid aggro deck, but like I didn't really play a lot, so it's like, yeah, the winner by default is just Pokemon 2, which tells you more about these than it really does about this. If anything, if these games were real, this would be in B tier. It's the most 5 out of 5. It's 5 out of 10. It's a very middle of the road. It's like, it's just Pokemon. To review this would be to review Pokemon. It fixes a lot of things, but also like adds some stuff I'm not a super big fan of. So it's just like, it's not better than. It's debatable. It's debatable. It's also early. It's like set one, so I would wait to make that judgment if it's better than Pokemon. I think if I had to pick, I might actually pick Hololive just because I like the idea of the collab. The getting 2 attackers is super nice. Yeah, set 2's out, right? So like it's super early on. We just got set 2. I like the idea of multi-attacking, and I like the cheer deck a lot, and it makes deck construction very different because Pokemon is like, you play your attack, you play your line, you play maybe a backup line, and then a bunch of support mons, and that's like 8 out of your 60 cards, and the rest is just trainers. In Hololive, you actually do have to like pick 2 colors to commit to because that's what the cheer deck can manage, and all the colors play differently. And you play like a lot of dudes. You play a lot of VTubers. It's not just like you have like a line and then like 2 backup lines and then maybe like a couple one-ofs, but it plays a lot more like old Diamond and Pearl era Pokemon, I would say, maybe even earlier than that. It feels a lot more, it's not like EX big dumb basic, like it's very Evo line focused. You have to get to your stage 2s that like do stuff, but you can also play some stage 1s. It feels very like Diamond and Pearl, or maybe the Heart Gold still not like Primes, but around there. I think around that time. So I think it's fine. I think it's fun. I probably would play it over Pokemon if I'm being honest. Like constructed Pokemon, but I do really like GLC. I think GLC would stand above all of them, but if I had to pick, I think I might actually go with Hololive because it's kind of fun. Yeah, right. Pokemon's pretty bland. You don't get to play on your opponent's turn. You just sit there and do your thing. Also, here's the thing too. I'm fine. I can play a game with no interaction, right? I think like an old analogy is like, well, Pokemon's boring, there's no interaction. Well, have you ever played chess? The most like difficult, complex game in the universe. Chess has no interaction. It's you take your turn, your opponent takes their turn, right? And but it's like one of the most deep games of all time. Now, granted, a lot of that is because all the pieces are on the board and you can see exactly what your opponent can do at all times. But I think a really big problem with Pokemon isn't quite that you can't like play instant speed spells, but like your turns, because of how Pokemon works, and that every deck is like this machine geared to spit out the same exact board every game, your turns take so long because 50% of them are shuffling. So like Pokemon honestly is the only game where I've genuinely wanted to pull out Twitter mid-game, because you just wait and like watch your opponent just go through the motions so they can build their board, and you wait for them to just say, all right, I use this attack, and make, all right, cool, my turn. And then you solitaire for 10 minutes trying to like build your board and just kind of go through the same motions every game. But going through that motions takes so long. It's like 3 times as long as a Yu-Gi-Oh combo sometimes. I think that's my issue with Pokemon, is that the turns take forever and you're not doing anything. But yeah, you're right. Chess would be improved by Counterspell. But I feel like Pokemon's core issue isn't quite that it's uninteractive. I think you can have games because, like, look at Vanguard. Vanguard's almost as uninteractive as Pokemon. You just get to, like, respond to your opponent saying a number and then putting your number on the table. Like, it's not that much more interactive. But there's a little bit of interaction. I think Pokemon, it's just, like, the turns are so slow. Truth nuke, right? It's just like the turns, the things you're actually doing on your turn, you're not really doing anything. You're just trying to get to your goal where then you can do something, and it takes so long to go, oh, I play Ultra Ball, I play Nest Ball, I go get my base, all right, Ultra Ball, I'll get this, and then I'll level, and then I'll play this to draw. Because like none of the cards are like, I play this card, I get, it's not like Yu-Gi-Oh! Or it's like, I play my searcher, I get my extender, I make the link, I do the combo. Pokemon is like, I have to like navigate my way into combo via cards that just say draw 7. So it's like, I don't get searchers, I just get to play 3 cards that say draw 7, and I hope in those 21 cards I find the card I need. Now, it's such a massive quantity of cards that you're almost guaranteed to find the card you need, but you still have to find your combo by just drawing through your deck and like soft searching. So sometimes I feel slower than Go. Yeah, because like you're taking a lot of like game actions, but they're not really like, doing anything, and you take a lot of them. So I think Pokemon can just feel very monotonous a lot of times. And like they're not doing, and because it's a lot interactive, you just wait till your opponent says, I use this attack. You just got to sit there and watch your opponent like shuffle, and you cut, and then they go back in the deck and get a card and shuffle, and then you cut, and they go back in the deck. So I'm like, oh, I'll check the top, and then I'll get that. Like even me doing it, it's so boring. You're just kind of sitting there watching them fiddle with their thumbs. So I think that's a big problem I have with Pokemon, is that it is very, very boring. Yeah, Shiranui is fun. Shiranui is great. Kind of cringe, but that's fine. I have nothing against Shiranui. I don't know if I'd agree it's also One Piece, because One Piece your turns aren't centuries long. Like, you just kind of play a card and do a thing, because you have mana. So you just go, like, turn 2, I play my 4-drop and pass, right? Pokemon is like, all right, 15-minute turn, then I pass. So that's my gripe with Pokemon. I think that's why if I had to choose, I'd honestly probably go with Hololive. But that's enough about Hololive, because anything I'd say about Hololive, I'm pretty much saying about Pokemon. Well, we don't need a Pokemon video, really. Saddest part of that, if you're going to close LGS to just play Pokemon, and it's just Pokemon, that sucks. That's tragic. Honestly, you should fix that. You got to go down and be like, hey guys, you want to play anything else that's way cooler? Unless your locals is all like 6-year-olds, and then that's fair. But that's crazy. I've never heard of a locals that only plays Pokemon. That's kind of tragic. I'm not gonna lie. I'm very sorry for you. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's not fair. That's not fair to you or anyone else in the local area. But I digress. All right, moving on. The final, the proposed locals, the Pokemon Center, so real. So that's where I'm ranking Hololive. B tier by virtue of it being an actual designed game and kind of nothing else, because it's really just Pokemon. So yeah. Now, the last game, Oshi Push. It's time to talk about Oshi Push, baby. And I don't want to get ahead of myself and spoil it. But I like this game. I like this game a lot. And I'm going to talk about it for a hot minute, because I really like this game. Yeah, that's crazy. The Pokemon takeover is insane. Okay. Oshi Push. Let's begin. Let's talk about how to play. Do I need notes for this? I don't. I don't need notes for this. I'm going to yap from the heart. I have heard that. I've heard that this game is a lot like My Little Pony. And takes notes from My Little Pony, which is cool. It's very cool. I'm super down for that. I think I bought that back in whenever it came out, because I convinced my little sister to buy it, and I read the cards. I'm like, this is sick, and then we never played the game. Okay, so it's a lot like My Little Pony. So Oshi Push, first up, has one of the 2 VTubers I actually know and like, which is Pippa. So if that tells you anything about me as a person, the only VTubers I know and follow are Pippa and Fillion. And I forget which game Fillion's in. Is it V-Card? Is she in V-Card? Yeah, My Little Pony is a card game. You should look it up. Wait, I gotta look up. Sorry. Side tangent. Is Fillion in V-Card? I don't need the logo. Hold up. I gotta actually note this. I know some of these. I know Amalik, she did covers. I've seen Bao clips. Bao's really funny. I like Bao a lot. And then I've like heard of other people just by like seeing them on Twitter. I know Nanners, because she's like the old school goat. Frick, what game's Fillion in? She's in 1. Not this one. It's not V Royale. Is it Oshi Push? There's no way it's Oshi Push. It might be Oshi Push. No, it's not V Royale. Is it Oshi Push? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. You're a chaotic person if those are my... I guess if I had to pick an Oshi, those would be my Oshis. No, she's not an Oshi Push. What is she? She's in a game. Is it Rift Runners? I feel like I remember seeing her somewhere and then being disappointed because she was in a game I didn't like. No, that's specifically for Fillion. You know, that's specifically Fillion. Oh wait, maybe she's not in the game. Maybe I made that up. Maybe I just assumed. It's not Rift Runners. VTubers? It's not Rift Runners. Is it? Are these non-alphabetical? No, I think they are. They are. Oh, frick. It's not Rift Runners. It's not V Card. It's not V Royale. Maybe I made that up. I think I just invented that. I think I just invented that Fillion was in a card game. I don't know how I did that. Oh, do they not have a list of... Right? She's not in V Royale. I know she's not in V Royale. Yeah, okay. Is she on a V card? I feel like she's V card. So I feel like I remember seeing her and being disappointed. Right? I have that memory in my brain of seeing Fillion on a card, getting excited, realizing what the game was, and immediately getting disappointed. But now I'm just confused. Because I just went through the list and she's not here. Bow. Does that even look like that? Okay, all right, whatever. I gotta go through all these. Fire Sender, No, I think I just made that up. I think I just invented the idea that Fillion was on cardboard, and I honestly don't know where I got it from. I don't know how I did that. I honestly don't know how I figured that out, how I made that happen. Oh geez, that's one way to do it. How do I just look up blue content creator screen persona? Yeah, they only revealed Pippa and Tenma. Shoot, where did I make this up? Where did I get this idea? In my brain. The Fillion was on a car. All right, whatever. We're just gonna ignore it. I'm gonna cut that out of the video, and we're gonna not think about it. Okay, yeah, never mind. So yeah, here's my. Okay, we're gonna. Let's actually start with that. Let's start with that. One thing I noticed right off the bat. Well, actually, let me go to the cards to talk about it. These look just like One Piece cards, and I'm not even saying that in the like Project K sense of like, oh, like literally, I'm 90% sure the font is the same. They've cleaned them up from what I've seen. Womp Snack from V Card, please tell me. Oh, yes, it was V Card because she's like with Shy Lily, right? They're like together. Yes. Thank you. Okay, I knew I wasn't crazy. It is in V Card, but she's just kind of like with Shy Lily and not a featured card for some reason. Like if you go to V Card and you go Meet the Stars, she's not listed. She's not here. But yeah, if you go to the card gallery, she's on a spell or a support with Shy Lily. Okay, I'm so glad I didn't just make that up because then I would have seemed crazy. I swear I'm not secretly obsessed with VTubers. I know geez, okay. I know very little. Oh, that's crazy. I know very little about them. Yeah, it's this little promo that she's just kind of like tucked in on. Because I guess this is a Shy Lily card. This is the Shy Lily VTuber like 9. But then there's printed Villian on it as well. Oh, link didn't work. That's fine. We got it. Okay, because I tried doing Fillion card and it came with that one card game that someone made for her community. Um, but yeah, just watch Fillion V expensive promo card and vehicle. Yeah, for real. Okay, I'm so glad I didn't just invent this and that this is an actual thing, or else I would have like had to crash out live on stream. I also just forgot to put this here. Oops. I'm not good at this. Okay. All right. Now that that's out of the way, I can actually talk about. I can actually talk about this. Confirmed, not delusional. Thank you, Lord. Okay. So, like I was saying about One Piece, I'm pretty sure even the name font is the same. They have changed up the card design a little bit from what it used to look like when like the beta. So like now it has this little like pattern in the back, so it's not just like completely flat. But talk about the Oshi OP cards, like as in One Piece, or or do you mean my Oshi's One Piece cards? Oh, Oshi OP. I see what you're saying. Oshi OP. Sorry, I got confused for a second. Why do I have 8,000 messages? Who's trying to talk to me? Oh, not Roger. Sorry. Okay. There we go. So very one. Yeah, Digimon. It's very Bandai. Here's what I will say though. Right. Here's what I'm gonna say. This game makes better use of the One Piece template than One Piece ever possibly could. Okay? Here's the thing, right? So, Oshi Push, the actual gameplay is about being a VTuber. This isn't Hololive where it's actually about idol culture. This isn't Rift Runners where it's actually Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime Girl. It's not the other two where they just put VTubers on cardboard. This is a game where as you are playing the game, you are actually like being a VTuber and like live streaming and gaining subscribers, right? That's the theme of the game. And this card template works super well for that. For this like kind of bubbly, very almost pastel, like cute vibe, like this works really good for that. And you still kind of want that Digimon digital, not digital, but that, because the game is you streaming over the internet, so you want a little bit of that kind of vibe. So you look at the card type in the top right, it has like the little like computerized font thing. I think it works very well. I cannot shame this game for stealing the One Piece border, because honestly, this game should have the One Piece border. The reason the One Piece border sucks so bad is because it looks terrible on One Piece cards. It's so generic and dumb. And like in a game like this, like it doesn't look as generic and dumb. Like it looks like it's supposed to look like this. We look at a One Piece card and you're like, One Piece card should not look like this. That like look at this, and this does not scream One Piece. The only reason this screams One Piece is because One Piece did it first and it's as popular as it is. But One Piece has the most generic card frame literally of all time. And to get on this even more, let me see if I can even find this. The original One Piece card game. If any of you have seen the original One Piece card game, it's going to be hard to find because it's probably going to be buried in loads of Bandai OPTCG. But if I can find the OG One Piece card game, you'll understand what yes, this game, the One Piece collectible card game. Maybe if I search collectible, it'll come up more. I hit space on accident. It'll fix it for me. Yeah, here we go. Dude, the original One Piece collectible card game. Look equals yes, same reigns equals so yeah, look at this. Oh, you can't see it. Thanks, Reddit. Now this looks like One Piece. Look at this border. It's all pirate themed. The background's a pirate map. You see Luffy's jumping out of like the Polaroid like picture that's in like the newspaper, right? This is kind of formatted like almost like the one I posted. Like this is a One Piece card. This looks like you could take Luffy off the picture. I could tell you this is from One Piece. Like the aesthetic, so good. Chuds wouldn't play this though. You're right. You're so true. But yeah, actual fun card design. You look at this, like, that's a One Piece card. Like, these are all, look at these. These are One Piece cards. But then you get freaking this. And you're like, what is this? You literally designed generic card game, put Luffy on it, and then went, I guess we can differentiate the spells by actually putting the map border on the background. Why isn't the map border on all of the cards? Like, this at least kind of feels like a One Piece card because, like, the little map border, but, like, what? Why is it just white? Like, it almost feels like they... I don't care if it's... I know the game is basic for brand new casuals, but, like, the cards don't have to reflect that. The cards don't need to look like the most boring thing of all time to get casual people to play it. Like, they don't need to look terrible. It's wise. Honestly, what it makes me feel is they made the game and they didn't know what IP they were going to get for it. They did not know that this was going to be the One Piece card game. They just made the game and they just kind of had it on standby. And they made the frame so they could insert any IP character into it and say, it's that game, right? Bandai could have got freaking Power Rangers and then just went, oh, Super Sentai, the card game, throw it on. Got Kamen Rider and just tossed it in there and went, yeah, this is actually the Kamen Rider card game. But they happened to be like, oh, we can get One Piece, say less, One Piece card game. Like, none of this looks like it was designed with One Piece in mind. I honestly think the biggest tell for that too, not to make this a One Piece rant, yeah, exactly, they have the rights to Kamen Riders. Like, they could have done, like, that's why I'm thinking, like, they could have done that. Not to get into my why I hate One Piece tangent, because that's an extremely long one, but one thing I noticed too is, like, look at Dawn, all right? Let's talk about Dawn really quick. Now, I didn't get into One Piece until after the game got announced. Like, the Gundam frame, like, the Gundam cards they fit. The Gundam frame fits Gundam very well. It looks really good because it feels like Gundam. This doesn't feel like One Piece. That's the issue, right? The Gundam frame feels like Gundam. So yeah, it really feels like they have the template on standby. The main thing that makes me think this is the Dawn cards, because now I didn't get into One Piece until after the game got announced, right? I didn't catch up. I didn't read the manga. I didn't do anything until they announced the game. For those One Piece enjoyers in the chat that were already into One Piece, is Dawn a big enough thing to make it a resource? Like, does this make sense to any One Piece fan? That this, what is it, onomatopoeia or whatever? I know it's a sound effect. I know what it is. But, like, is this sound effect iconic enough to make it your resource system? Like, I get it that it's like you equip the Dawns to the characters and they get more power, and the flavor is like when they enter the field, the more Dawn they equip, the more Dawns, the more Dawn they have is like how powerful they are. It's like the JoJo's menacing thing. It's like the more Dawn sound effects you have, it's the stronger you are, I guess. But, like, it really feels like they went, oh, dude, what the heck do we put on the resource cards in this game? Like, oh, the freaking One Piece game has resource. What do we put on the resource cards? And they just, like, went through One Piece and tried to, like, pick out something that made some semblance and sense and went, I'll use this Dawn sound effect a lot. That's pretty iconic. Like, JoJo's is known for its sound effects. Let's just get, like, let's just use this as a sound effect for our resource. That kind of works, right? People know Dawn. Like, does it make sense? Right, so yeah, Dawn represents a big moment in One Piece. Characters have reference in the universe. Yeah, so I'm like, the more Dawns you have, the more important you are, hence the more power you get. Yeah, right, the man, it's Jodo but it really feels like it's very like the egg came after the chicken, right? Like, the chicken came after the egg, right? Like, this very much feels like they had Dawn the mechanic figured out and went, what the heck do we call this, and make it One Piece themed, and just went, Dawn, and threw it on there. This works. It doesn't feel like they started with the idea of we want Dawn as our resource and then came up with this. It feels like they came up with this first and then went, well, let's call it Dawn, I guess. But I digress. It literally is just cores. It's just cores with cards, but way worse. It's cores, but infinitely worse in, like, every conceivable way. It's cores, but terrible. Which, how do you mess that up? I don't know. But it's terrible cores. But that's enough One Piece rant. So I have to cut that out of the video now. That's more work for me. Use treasure. I guess you could argue they never actually find treasure in the manga, and it's the more you read the manga, the less and less pirate themed it gets. So like, but yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. It feels like an afterthought. It feels like an afterthought. But that's enough One Piece rant. I could talk about One Piece I could literally do an entire stream about why I don't like One Piece. That's enough for that. Let's talk about Oshi Push, a good game. Okay. So yeah, getting the One Piece comparison out of the way, I am okay with this because I think it takes what One Piece does and then does it a bajillion times better. And you know, if you can do that, go for it. This is why I like Duel Masters more than Magic. Yeah, is it baby Magic? Sure, but it fixes a lot of problems and does a lot of things better. So therefore, boom, it's its own game and it's great. And I respect it for it. I think this card frame works for Oshi Push way more than it does One Piece, so I do not shame them for cribbing notes because it works so well. This is not Project K, where Project K looks clearly inspired by One Piece because the card frame doesn't feel like League of Legends in any conceivable way. So I'm okay with this. I'm super okay with this. I think it looks fine. I think it looks great. I'm very okay with it. To make a long rant short, it's a pass in my book. Now, this game does run into a semi-similar issue with VRL where the cards look very similar. Now you could argue they look just as similar as Magic cards look with spells, with instants and creatures, right? The thing I think this has over V Royale is that the text denoting what type of card it is very prominent. It is, if you look at the card, it's one of the first thing, your eyes decide which corner they want to go to. And then genuinely, as you know, English readers, we read top to bottom, left to right. So normally our eyes will try to do that. We'll go left to right. So your guys are going to go to the cost, which as they should. And then the next thing you hit is what kind of card it is. So unlike V Royale, where you kind of had to dig under the name to double check what the card was, this is like front and center for you. You can clearly read Persona. It's a little blurry on the screen, but maybe I can zoom in a bit. I also don't want to crop anything out on the left too much. But you can clearly read that it says Persona, content, action, upgrade. So I think it gets the pass there as well. If you want to, too, you can also denote all of these by the differences they don't share. Whereas in V Royale, the leaders and the creatures are exactly the same. The leaders just have a little bit of frills in the bottom and the different text. And the two different spell types, I even forget what they are, they're almost identical. These at least you can go. Personas have money and star in the bottom. Content just has star. Actions have nothing. And upgrades are money and star with a cost. And then platforms are sideways. So you can at least figure that out. I do want to talk about how let's start how the game's played, because I think it's very important to understand why I like this game so much. So first you have your persona. In this game, you actually play as a VTuber. You embody whatever VTuber you want to play. So for their example, they use is Pippa. Mayoshi. You play as Pippa. And you start with it in play. And then yeah, VTubers MCU is base influence, that blah blah blah. VTubers also they act as leaders where they dictate what your deck is comprised of, which I've gone on record that I don't like, but I think they get a pass in this regard. So they have two things. They have a color. It's literally VTuber Simulator, the card game. So they'll all have color, and you can play any card of that color in your deck, but they also have this little sub-archetype called genre. The little VTuber here notes. So your deck can include cards that match the color or genre of your persona. So yeah, the Pippa deck goated. Do they note the genres? They say colors. So there's 3 colors. There's red, green, purple, and they all play a little differently. I think it's like red is aggro, green is economy based, and purple is like control, and like very like board statey. I don't know if they mention the different genres, but there's like 4 different genres. You can also have in your deck, and Pippa's, I don't know what it is, but it's like some chatting. It's like just chatting or something. It's like yapper genre or something. I forget. So your deck can include red cards and yapper cards. And then yeah, only 3 colors. And the 3 colors are basically just like the like aggro, control, mid range. Except in this game, it's aggro. I think red's aggro. I can't quite remember, but I know green is economy based and purple is like control. So it's cool. And then you get to pick. So you pick like so every persona has like a deck archetype associated with it, and then the genre is like more of a specific flavor to it. So by picking your persona, instead of saying like I have a blue deck, you get to pick like your deck's like strategy and flavor all in your persona. So I give it the leader pass. I give this game the leader pass because I think it wraps up leader mechanics in a very nice way, and it's your only unit. This is the character you move around and play as. So like it gets the pass to be a leader because it's literally the only piece on the board you get to move. Everything else is supplementary. You have upgrades, which are evolutions of your VTuber, and you stack them on top, and they'll give you special bonuses, and they'll cost money to play. But you just stick them on top of your VTuber, it'll upgrade their stats, and you'll get some bonus effects. Persona TCG, go play Weiss. My favorite thing when people always suggest like X IP TCG would be goated, 9 times out of 10 my answer is go play Weiss. But also, maybe don't, because Persona 3 is only in Japanese, and Persona 5 has been out of print for so long, the cards are the most expensive pieces of cardboard of all time, and you're never going to find them. So actually, you might need a Persona TCG, and that might be valid. To be honest, that's it's understandable. Yeah, Battle Spirits is Persona 3, so there you go. Go play some Japanese Battle Spirits. Go learn Japanese and play Battle Spirits. Next up, you have content. This is the Persona is not in Union Arena. So content cards, so it's all VTuber flavor. I should mention that too. Content cards are cards that represent video content produced by your VTuber. They boost your influence on platforms and stay in play, elements removed. They're kind of like enchantments. Union is awful. I like Union Arena. I think it's fun. That's a side tangent. These are kind of like enchantments. So this game plays it like My Little Pony. You have these things called platforms, and you'll have 3 of them on the board, and you and your opponent are kind of battling over them and trying to like score them. So it's not like Marvel Snap. If you've played Smash Up, the board game, just like Smash Up, and I think My Little Pony does the same thing, but I don't remember the rules for that. So these are digital platforms you're trying to capture. Each has a popularity threshold. So the way this works is you fight over it. And then if you win the fight, you get to put one of your tokens on it as like a popularity thing. And then once you've reached that amount of tokens, you score the card. So for this card, it says it's 3 popularity. That means you have to win battles on it 3 times. And if you win 3, you score the card and you get these points. These points are subscribers. The way you win the game is by reaching 1 million. Oh, you can't see it. You score these points. These are subscribers. You win the game by hitting 1 million subscribers. Now, a gripe I would have is 1 million is a little bit of a weird number to count to. Like this card gives you 400,000. It's a bit of an odd number to count to, but hitting 1 million subscribers is so on flavor that it gets the immediate pass. I don't care how complex or annoying it is. It's so on flavor. Immediate pass, immediately okay. Oh, here are the icons. It's Experience, Creatives, Zatsudan, and Poggers. I'm gonna say Zatsudan is Japanese for yapper. Actually, I can just double check. I can just look that up. I can just use Google. Before I appropriate culture, I can't. Oh, okay. It does mean chat. It does just mean chat. Yeah, chatting. So yeah, Zatsudan means yapper in English. So Pippa is a red yapper. And then Tenma is a green experience, whatever that means. I figured that would mean like IRL stream, but these are VTubers, so I don't really know experience, but that's the thing. So you have experience, creative is like drawing, I guess, Poggers playing video games, and then Zatsudan's yapping. So that's kind of cool. And I guess all the archetypes play differently. I haven't gotten that far into it, so maybe. And then actions. They're what you think. They're single use. They're like spells. You play them. They do their thing. They go away. So we don't need building a deck. It's pretty simple. It's 4 copy. I guess I haven't talked about deck size in any of these games. My golden standard of preference is 40 cards, 3 copies. That's my personal preference. I think it's the best. This game is 40 cards, 3 copies. So that's pretty good. But that's more a pure personal preference. That's not like an end all be all. So starting the game, something I like about this game that I know a lot of people are not going to like. So you open 5, you can mulligan. You shuffle. So you have a platform deck of 5 cards. You shuffle them. You put them face down, and then how do you decide it? Building the platform row. Platform row consists of 3 platform cards for you to clash over, and then whoever wins the die roll and goes first, you put your platform down first. So if you go first, you get 2 of your platforms out, and your opponent gets 1. And then it's like every time you win a platform, I think like your opponent puts it down or something. I forget. We'll get there. We'll get there. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm getting way ahead of myself. So you draw your opening 5. You build your platform row, which is the 3 here, and you'll kind of see it here. This is the board, right? So you have your persona, platform deck. This is the row you're fighting over. Your deck, your trash, and then you have some chips here. So in this game, you play with like currency. You could almost say it's like core. It's more, if you've played Netrunner, it's like credits in Netrunner, which gets me excited because honestly, 60% of the reason I want to play this game is so I can just fiddle with poker chips the whole time. Not even gonna cap, a vast majority of the reason I want to play this so bad is so I can fiddle with poker chips because I think it's so fun. So your persona has this starting amount of poker chips. Pippa's is 3, so you start with that many monies. And then she has like a base influence stat that you use to like fight over. Fall Life can have his own teach token SAO. Go play Union Arena. Union Arena, Weiss, and then if you want to revive Buddy Fight, those all have Sword Art Online in them. I mean, you could give SAO its own TCG, but I don't know. At this point, we're just... The decks are out. I think they're almost out. I think it's like really close. I want to say it's March. Actually, let's look it up. Let's look it up. For those curious. I'm kind of mad. I kind of wanted to back the Kickstarter, but I missed the opportunity for this. Okay, this collection ships in February. Estimated release date of 2025. Dot hack TCG, that was a thing. I'm pretty sure that was a thing. Streaming. Are they like... Oh, they're just revealing cards. Are they playing? Do they... That's a lot of text. Do they mention when the game comes out? No. Does this website mention when the game comes out? Please tell me it does. If it'll work. Oh my lord. All right, here we go. New products launching January 20th for pre-order. But when do they ship? Check products. Let's check products. Ships February, and then the set ships in May. Okay, so you can get the 2 decks that ship now, so I guess you can just buy them. And then the actual booster box ships in May, so I guess the game like releases around May, June. Sounds accurate. I kind of want to buy this, I'm not gonna lie. Pre-order, it's already out. I'll figure that out later. I might end up buying some stuff for this. We'll see. We'll see. I might. This game looks really fun. I think Build Divide also. Yeah, Build Divide is like Full Metal Alchemist and like some other stuff. I think actually Full Metal Alchemist died. What am I saying? I zoned out. Build Divide, the actual like IP died, and now the game I think is just collabs. I think the game only has collabs now. It's becoming like another like Weiss Union Arena clone, which is kind of sad. But that game sucks, so it doesn't matter. We don't get to care. So you get to play with actual like, poker chip money, which I think is really fun and really cool. And it means if you play green, you get to play like, an economy deck where you just get a bunch of money. I always love playing with cards like that. So the way the game works is you have a couple different phases, and you're trying to battle over these little areas in the middle. So first you have the content phase, where at the start of your content phase, each player assigns their persona to a platform. Starting with the first player moving clockwise, players move their persona from the studio to the platform row. So your persona just kind of sits in the studio at the start, and then you move it to one of these platforms. So you get to pick what you want to fight over. Okay, it did. Yeah, I got rebooted into another Weiss. It's so weird, but also sad. Then you take actions. After all personas are assigned, the first player takes their turn. On your turn, you'll perform one of the following actions. You can play a card. You pay its cost, and you either like do what it says, or you can activate an ability of your activates. Note, can't activate a card in your hand. Has to be on board, just in case you're confused. Some cards have discard abilities where you can discard them from your hand to get their effects. I think normally you'll get resources from doing that. It's really cool. Or you can pass. Now, when I was first reading this, I hit the word turn, and I thought this was more like Pokemon, where you just like do all your stuff, pass, your opponent does all their stuff, pass, and you fight. And I'm like, man, this game would really benefit from a Star Wars action passing system where like you could play a card, your opponent plays a card, and like if you are on the same platform, you kind of have to like plan out how you're going to play your cards to kind of like make sure your opponent doesn't try to stop you and like doesn't kind of catch on to what you're doing. So I'm like, man, this game could really benefit from an action passing system. And then I reread all the rules and realized it has that. It's exactly how it works. Because you can pass. If you can't or don't want to take an action, you must pass. And then if your opponents don't pass and you play a card, you can play again. So if you want to, you can just be like, I don't want to play anything. I'm going to pass and see what you do. And then if they also pass, you just go to the scoring phase, or they play a card and you're like, ah, cool, yeah, I'm going to respond and do this thing. So your action you can do is play a card, use an ability, or discard a card. So already love this game. I love shared turn actions. Just in like a game like this, I think this is a game that really needs the shared turn. If you give this its own turn, it's going to turn into like a Pokemon solitaire experience where you just kind of like do your thing and pass your opponent, they do whatever. Your interaction needs to be more chess-like, where chess doesn't have interaction, but because it's you make a move, your opponent makes a move, you make a move. If say you want to make a move that requires, say you want to set up a trap and it requires 3 moves, well, your opponent gets 2 moves in between that. So you always have to be planning around what your opponent's going to do in the immediate response to what you're going to do. And like that's where games get really interesting and cool. If I'm free to just do whatever I want on my turn with no consequences, it's whatever. I just go through the motions. But if I have to plan out the actions I take in a very deliberate and specific order so that my opponent doesn't have the opportunity to play around them in a very profitable way, like that's really fun. That's where it gets really cool and really sick. So I'm so glad this game has that. If it didn't, this game would suck. If it didn't, this game would immediately be like D tier, but it does. So it's really interesting and fun. So then once both people passes, then you go to the platform phase, and this is where you clash. And luckily, unlike V card, where you just add up number and bigger one wins, you get to do some stuff in the clash. So during the platform phase, players compete for influence on platforms, and the platform route is called a clash. Players with the most influence gain a popularity there, and then when the popularity threshold is met, you score the card. So influence helps you win popularity. Popularity gets you the card. So like, I'll scroll up because it's hard to see. This one has a 3 popularity. This means you have to win 3 clashes, and once you win 3, you get the card. And then the other star is about, this star number is to win the clash. So first is choosing resolution order. The player with the first player token decides the direction for resolving platforms. Basically, this means that like if you have multiple people on multiple different platforms, you choose if you want to resolve the platform starting from the left or starting from the right. I don't know how much it matters, but it probably matters. So that's neat. Then the clashing process. Players clash over each platform in turn, starting with the first player. Each player takes a single action on their turn by doing one of the following. You can play an action card, you can activate ability, or use a discard ability. So when you go to the clash, you can still play cards. So you can play all your like content cards and get set up, then pass to the clash, and then like hold all your actions in your hand and be like, all right, now I'm gonna play my actions. Now that we're like resolving stuff, I'm gonna be like, I set up this trap to be like, all right, I play this action, and then boom, I win the thing, even though it looked like you were gonna win the thing. That's super sick. It's like in Marvel Snap, if after you flipped up your guys, you had like spells in hand you could play to be like, all right, cool, now that I see what you're doing, I'm gonna boom, do this. Sort of. That might be a bad example. And then you play action, you play like quick play spells, right? You activate abilities and do all this stuff. And then once you both pass, you add up the total influence from the persona and upgrades and contents. So your personas and upgrade have a base influence stat. Your upgrades will make this bigger. And then any content cards you play also give you influence stats. So you want to try to stack your contents on platforms, right? Then you add that up. You compare, and then the winner has the most influence. They get 1 popularity, so you place a little Oshi marker on that. Then they get any Clash rewards. So some platforms will have Clash rewards. Some personas have Clash rewards. Pippa's Clash reward is you get money. So the more you win, the more rich you get. You know, the rich get richer, as they say. And then capturing a platform. If a player's popularity on a platform meets or exceeds its popularity threshold at any time, they capture the platform. Follow these steps. So first, the winner moves the platform card next to their studio and adds its subscribers to their total. Right? If you hit 1 million, you win the game. Then other players convert their popularity into bits, which is money on their bank. So let's say, like, if we have this platform that has 83 popularity points, let's say we go back and forth trading wins. We're both at 2 popularity, and then I win, I get 3, and I take the platform. Well, those wins don't go like unresolved. That 2 popularity you gained, you convert into money. So when you lose platforms, you get economy back to kind of like make up for it. And make up for your commitment. So now, like, you may have lost the platform, but now you're ahead of your opponent in economy. But this assumes that you've been winning clashes on that platform as well. If you're just not competing, you're not going to get a bonus. And then all players delete their content cards from the captured platforms. Once the platform is gone, all your content pops off. And then the player to the left of the one who captured the platform reveals the new platform card from their deck to replace the captured one. So if you're playing 1v1, if you capture it, your opponent gets to play their platform in place of it. But luckily, this game is worded for multiplayer, which is really cool. And I think games like this that we're seeing with like Project K, that like the gameplay is capturing these like locations, these work really well in a multiplayer setting, right? Not like something I love about Lorcana. I don't like a lot about Lorcana. I hate lore. I think lore is stupid. But the one thing it does well is it makes multiplayer really nice, because the game doesn't end when one person's left. It ends when one person wins, which means there's not going to be any play. You're not going to get booted out of the game really early and just have to sit there and watch everyone else play. When someone wins, the game ends. So everyone gets to end the game at the same time. So this does something similar in that, yeah, you don't have to like commander battle everyone out of the game, and whoever loses first has to sit there and watch the rest of the people play the game. As soon as someone hits 1 million, boom, game's over. We can go next. So I really, really like that a lot. But yeah, and I like that they're including multiplayer rule. And this is one of those games where it's like, it doesn't need a new format to be multiplayer. You just like make sure in the rules it's worded that like the player to the left of the one who captured the platform was the platform card, right? Just so it functions in a multiplayer context but still works single player. I like that a lot. Like I like when you're designing a game, right? Ugh. Does Lorcana have any Pixar cards? I don't know if it does. I don't think it does. When you're designing a game, if you want it to include multiplayer, what you should do is design, when you make the rules, write the multiplayer rules first, and then make those the 2-player rules. Because when you write them like this, like multiplayer, the player to the left reveals the captured platform. Well, if you're playing with 2 people, the player to your left is just your opponent. Okay, not yet. Yeah, I don't think so. So when you write the rules like this, they work great in a multiplayer context, but at the same time, they always scale down to 2 people, and then boom, that's your 1v1 format. Instead of having to like take your 1v1 game and then add all these extra rules to make it function in multiplayer, it's way cleaner to just start by making the multiplayer rules and then play the multiplayer rules with 2 people. And if your rules work, it'll work. And it's a stupid sentence, but like, I like when the rules work like this, and it's so nice. And it just makes multiplayer so easy, where it's like, how do we play multiplayer? It's we all 4 just play at the same time. If you read the 2-player rules, they're worded for multiplayer, so everything just kind of makes sense. So that's so nice. It's so nice. And then at the end, you get a refresh phrase where your persona retreats back to your studio. You get bits equal to the bits that in your persona or upgrade. So at the end of every turn, you get your persona has this bit number. You get this much money at the end of your turn. So I was building economy back up. You draw and discard. Everyone draws 1 card from their deck. If they have more than 7, you discard down. And then you pass the first player token. This is one thing that I'm not a big fan of. I love that in Star Wars, one of your actions you take is stealing the first player token. I think that makes the game super interesting. I've played like Versus System, which has a very similar action passing where it's like, yeah, at the end of the turn, you just pass it back to your opponent and they get to go, which is fine. It works. I just don't think it's as interesting as it could be. Right? But that's just me. That's just me. I don't have this with Hana simply that I don't have. Yeah, right. I'm too much. Sometimes I think Lorcana's fine for me. I say that I'm too much of a weeb to play some games. I think I can do cartoons. I can do cartoons. It doesn't have to be anime. 'Cause I can do Star Wars. I can do Lorcana. I can do like anime adjacent. I just can't do like magic and like flesh and blood. Like the realism art doesn't hit. But you give me a cartoon, I'm jamming with it. It's great. It's just like that art style. I guess maybe it's the color. I don't know. Something about it. But like this game looks great. Well, we haven't even like seen the finished cards, but I like the art. Oh, you can't see that. I like the art for this game. But yeah, and like that's it. And then here's the extra rules. There's some extra stuff for Battle Royale. Just some like extra things when creating a platform row. The first 3 players will each reveal and place 1. Target the first player moving clockwise. So it's like if you have 4, what do? It's still 3. 4th player just doesn't get theirs. They have to be on the left of whoever wins. So you kind of have, it's like pretty random, which is fun. I think it's really cool. And then once we choose the pass during the turn, then I think one of our players choose not to pass. During the content. Oh, okay. So there are some multiplayer specific rules. Yeah, right. Art's good, not Gooner. So thank you so much. I'm so happy about that. It's so good. It's so good. It looks so cute. It's just cute. It looks great. So there is a difference. Once we choose to pass during your turn, you can't take another action. So you can't, and which makes sense because what would end up happening is you'd get all 3 players would pass to see what the 4th guy's gonna do, and then 4th guy would take an action, 2nd guy takes an action, and then you get back to boom, 3 players pass. So you'd get too much passing would happen. So you can't keep that in multiplayer. That's fair, understandable rule change. So yeah, during the content phase, once you've passed, you're done until the platform phase. You can't just go past city, because in 2 people, if the other person passes, the turn's over. But in 4 people, 3 whole people can pass, and you just kind of sit in this infinite pass wheel, and it sucks. And then during the platform phase, once you have passed, you're done playing. Yeah, okay, cool. So once you pass, you have passed for the turn. You cannot soft pass. You can't soft pass. And that's it. That's the one rule for Battle Royale is you can't soft pass, which just keeps games not going for 8 billion hours. I have a hard time with Star Wars, but the community is the funniest thing I've ever seen. Literally recreate the entire fight scene in Star Wars. Yeah, Star Wars people are great. They're funny guys. I love Star Wars players. It's always like it's mostly just like dads that like Star Wars. It's so good. The Star Wars community is phenomenal. But that's fair. Yeah, the art's a little like it's very like hit or miss. It's not super uniform in its style, but I like a lot of it enough that like I can get past it. And then I haven't even read this team battle collabs. I'm guessing this is 2-headed giant. We got 4 players and don't want battle royale. Teams of 2 try team battle collab gameplay. Okay. You can push it side by side with a collab partner places their persona face up. Normal. Each player collects bits equal to the persona's bits that is normal. When playing a team battle, each player will maintain a separate bank, and each must pay for any cards. Okay, so you can't share economy. Fine. You're supposed to draw to 5 already. You're supposed to have a power deck. Randomly determine which team will go first. Okay, starting with the rightmost player of the first team, proceeding clockwise. Each player reveals the top card of the platform deck, places it at the center of the play area. So you have 4, I guess, in this one. Or no, this continues until a total of 3 platforms have been placed. So it's always 3, so someone doesn't get their platform. And in team battle, the first team will place 2 platforms during this step, while the opposing team will place 1. Okay, cool. So if you win, you get 2. That's cool. Ashoka looks bad in SWU. I haven't seen the Ashoka, but I believe it. I believe it. That makes sense. And then concerning the first team, the percent click card, each team will assign both of their personas to the. Oh, so yeah, you have to double up. Okay. Oh no, that doesn't say that. Players will assign both of their personas. Oh, to the platform of their choice. Never mind, I read that wrong. So yeah, you can split your persona. You can go to different places. Okay, cool. Team the first player time will take the first action. Okay, so all of during each of your team's turn, team would choose a team member, take a single action. Actions. Teams can take actions of both teams. Oh, you choose. So there's 2 of you. You have 2 teams, and then only one person can take an action before the other team gets an action. That's kind of fun. So you have to determine who's going to take the action for that fate. That's kind of cute. I like that a lot. And then a bunch of extra rules for combat. Okay, that's really cool. Now, we just glanced at the last thing I want to talk about this game that I haven't talked about any other of the other games for, because it hasn't really come up too much, but I want to talk about rarity. A lot of the other games got some rarities. You have like shiny card, super shiny card, kind of ends there. It's kind of it. Like Hololive has like alt arts, right? Vero has like the SSRs. V card probably has some big shiny gooner stuff that you're supposed to actually use the Yu-Gi-Oh! Field Center and not an actual game piece before you get banned and asked to swap for a more tame version of that. And I forget what other game I'm talking. Oh, V-Roy. I don't even know what Rift Runners has. I think it's just foils. Oshi Push has an entire. Oh, I have to move. I'm just gonna actually move. Oh, can I not shift? Oh, I can. Okay, I was like, can I not shift click things in this? I'm gonna move myself over here really quick. We get an entire rainbow's worth of rarities over in Oshi Push territory, and it's honestly, I love it. I think it's actually like the coolest thing ever. It's a lot. One thing I'm noticing is all the other podcasts like, what if popular card game a VTuber? Yes. So that's the thing, right? Every other card game is like, well, we kind of just like, it's every card game, but like this is like a VTuber card game. This is an actual like game they designed that's its own game with the theme of VTubers, which I think is incredibly important and something to note and to write home about. But look at this rarity. It's the entire rainbow. It's a little confusing that it goes backwards from purple to red, but it makes sense because like the brighter colors, you want it to be the shinier rarity, so that makes sense. But it's like, dude, there's Pawn Super, Out Blue Super, Light Blue Super, and these are like the regular rarities, like mechanically unique rarities. The cards will come in these. So it's common, uncommon, rare, super rare, right? That's the basic, right? Then non-mechanically unique rarities. The non-mechanically unique rarities are high-end, highly collectible, but are simply different versions of card from the previous bucket. In other words, they're higher, blah, blah, blah. They're like alt arts and stuff. It's great. It's great. But you literally get to, you get to be a VTuber and you stream and you win by getting subscribers. It's the most on-theme VTuber card game we have seen. Hololive is just like it's Idolmaster with Hololive characters. It's not really a VTuber game. And the other ones are kind of just like have VTubers in them. This is you are a VTuber playing the game as a VTuber. And they have all these freaking rarities. So we have the green super is alt art personas. So that's like your leader, your Oshi. You can get a Kiro S super, alt art upgrades. So that's upgrading your super. You can get the Kiro super, the borderless upgrades. So you can choose between alt art or borderless. There's Orange Super for alt art and signature cards. Magenta Super is borderless gold signature cards. Aqua Super is a serialized 1 out of 100 alt art. Kami is a serialized 1 out of 10. And Shrimp is hand-signed signature serialized cards. If there's one thing Oshi Push knows, it is its audience and how to sell a VTuber card game. Like, sure. Like, let me pull up V card again. Let's pull up V, because V card is going to be the biggest contender of like VTuber collectible, right? V card clearly designed VTuber clearly looks like it should have been designed as a collectible first and a game second, right? We can all agree on that because the gameplay sucks. This is meant to be more of a collectible. You're meant to collect your Oshi, right? Your favorite girly pop. And they have some stuff, and the cards look pretty good. And there's some alt arts, right? There's like borderless alt art stuff, right? And most people are just gonna try to hunt for their shiny Oshi and call it a day. But you really get to rep your Oshi, because like, I mean, you could just get your alt art signature Oshi, but like, do you have the serialized 1 out of 100 Oshi? But then someone busts in with their 1 out of 10 Oshi. Like, what? And like, don't even, man, you get the shrimp, you're a real super chatter. Um, but yeah, Hololive is just what if Lyrical graduated from the whale school. Literally, that's what it is. The colors of YouTube super chats. I'm not familiar with YouTube super chats, but that's sick. If that's true, that's really cool, right? The flavor. It's so flavorful. My clothes could blow off like they're in Food Wars. It's so good. It's actually so good. Oh, this game's so good. And like, just look, this is, I love rarity systems like this. Because here's the thing, right? Opening, this is a side tangent. W reference. Opening booster packs in card games nowadays sucks. Green is $5, red is 100. Oh, that's awesome. That's actually so cool. So there's orange and magenta. Okay. That's so sick. I love that so much. This game's so good. Opening a booster pack of a modern card game feels really bad. Because like the biggest offender is Yu-Gi-Oh! But any game that doesn't have a limited or draft format, why are you opening packs? What are you getting? Because anything you need, you've probably already bought the singles for. And anything that you do need to buy singles for is probably so rare that buying packs isn't a very good investment. So like, what's even the point, right? Why buy packs? And I think the way you get people to buy packs of your game is by having a plethora of alternate rarities like this. If people just need the commons, uncommons, rares, and supers, they're just going to buy the singles. If they just want to play the game, build the deck, always buy the singles, no reason to buy packs. Which is fine, but you still like can't avoid packs entirely, because if you go to locals, most of your prizing is going to be packs. So like, what's the point of getting packs as prizing if I already bought all the cards I need out of them? Like, and if it's not a game like Magic or Star Wars where I can draft with them, like I can save the packs and draft and play with them. If it's a game like One Piece or Yugs or Pokemon where that really doesn't work, what's the point of getting packs? It feels really, really bad to open. So if you add in a bunch of fancy rarities like these, it gives people a desire to open packs, because if they just want to play the game, they'll buy the base rarities, and then by acquiring packs by winning, they get a chance to pull like upgraded version of the cards they own to slot into their decks or put in their train binders, and they can slowly kind of like upgrade and make their decks feel cool over time. I think doing stuff like this makes opening packs a really fun experience. But yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh packs are so bad, right? You local packs you're giving away. Because what do you get out of a Yu-Gi-Oh pack? The commons are unplayable. You literally cannot use them. They're so bad. Anything you need is a secret rare that's so hard to pull, you're just going to go buy the single on TCG Player. Like, there's no reason to buy a pack of Yu-Gi-Oh cards. It feels terrible. Someone has opened a case of Yu-Gi-Oh tins. I agree. Buying packs is the most ain't fun. Yeah. Right? It's just like, it feels so bad. And like, you can combat it with like Magic. Like, you could at least draft. You could play sealed, right? You could play with the cards in the pack. But I feel like this is another really good one. And this is why I like Star Wars so much with all their alt arts, is it makes opening packs really fun, because like, if you already own the cards, you still kind of want to open packs, because like, maybe I get an orangey super, you know, I get an alt art signature. Like, that'd be kind of sick, right? It makes opening packs a really fun experience. So I love this. I think this is so good. Even talking about it now, I really hope this game takes off. I really hope Oshi Push does well. When I first saw it, I was a little skeptical because, to be honest, I don't really care about I'm not a big VTuber fan, so I don't really care. But now, like, looking at the rules and like reading the cards, this game looks really fun. It looks really good, and I really want to see it succeed. Now I gotta move my chat back to where it's supposed to be. Bing bong. There we go. I really want to see this game do well. So, with that being said, let's finally head over to our tier list and put Oshi Push in the S tier. Hands down, no question about it, best VTuber card game. Not even best VTuber card game, best card game. I mean, it already wins best VTuber card game by nature of it being the VTuber of the card game, but just best game. Like, if I had to play any one of these, I'm picking Oshi Push 9 times out of 10. Every single day, I'm picking Oshi Push. Maybe I'd play the like one Rift Runners just to see if it's fun, but like, I'm always gonna pick Oshi Push. This game actually looks enjoyable. So I'm so excited for this game. I might have to buy some stuff for it. I'm not gonna lie. I might have to start watching VTubers so I know who the characters on the cards are. Oh no! At least I can make like Pip. I can't even make Pippa references because I'll get banned probably. But regardless, Oshi Push. Easily. Without a doubt, best game. Does it get cropped weird? It probably did. I don't care. No, I didn't scroll weird. So yeah, we'll go over the rankings one more time. V-Card, absolute dumpster fire mess. Not even a real game. This is a collectible. You're meant to use the cards as Yu-Gi-Oh! Field centers more than you are actual game pieces. They said they're going to tweak the rules, but they're tweaking the rules with game pieces that have already been printed. So, like, there's really only so much you can do. And when your cards are just glorified war, I don't know how they're going to solve that. But, you know, if they figure it out, props to them. You know, kudos to them. But right now, it's looking really bad. Next up, we got Rift Runners. A lot of cool concepts. Love the leader changing how your board state and how your board is constructed. Love the aesthetic design of the card frame containing both the color of the element and a little texture design to show you what the card type is. I think that's super, super neat. But it suffers from a lot of bloat in the rules and is clearly made by Yu-Gi-Oh! Reddit. So a lot of things just come off kind of awkward and not quite right. But I think if they got someone to come in and smooth out the rules and really streamline the gameplay, it could be really great. It could really be something. I gotta stop punching this microphone. I'm so sorry. V Royale, kind of in the middle. It's a game. It's a game you can play. If you like Magic, you're gonna like this game. Probably plays extremely similar. Very Magic, Shadowverse, you name it. Any clone, it plays pretty similar to that. A lot of the complexity is gonna come from the cards themselves, so that's gonna be an only time can tell thing. Only thing I'll say is the cards are pretty, but they also look kind of samey. So if you like bling, you might like this game, but I don't know. It feels very... I'm kind of rambling here. It feels very 5 out of 10. The only way to really put it, it's very B tier. It's very fine. There's no glaring flaw, but there's also nothing that really makes it stand out. It just feels very safe. It feels like I made my first card game and I don't want to accidentally break anything like I see people doing online when they make custom cards. So I'm going to kind of play it as straight to the road as possible. If you want an example of that, I literally made a card game for my senior college project called Invictus. It's on the channel. Literally the most basic, simple card game you could possibly make, but it was pretty fun, and I like playing it a lot. V Royale gives me that same vibe. Next, we got Hololive and A. The only like game made by an actual card game company, so there's that behind it, which is nice, so you can put confidence in that, but it's literally just Pokemon. It's just Pokemon. So yeah, maybe it'll be the Pokemon killer, right? In the dreams of many Sims. It could be. It's Pokemon with waifus. So it's honestly, it's a recipe for success. Pokemon with waifus, that's a slam dunk. But it also doesn't do too much new. But by virtue of it being Pokemon, already makes it better than all of these. And luckily, Bushiroad is only printing it. They're not designing it. If Bushiroad is designing it, it would be down here. But it's not. It's their own in-house team, so the game might actually end up balanced and fun. So I'm going to put it in A, only because it's better than all of these. If I wanted to objectively rank it in a vacuum, I would put it more in B. It's fine. If you like Pokemon, you'll like it. If you don't like Pokemon, you're not going to like this. Finally, we have Oshi Push. By far and away, the best game in general. It looks like it plays great. All of the rules make sense. It's pretty unique in the sense that we haven't seen a lot like it before, besides like My Little Pony, but let's be real, who's played that? This takes a lot of notes from very unpopular games, and I really appreciate that, instead of it being Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Pokemon, and War. I guess that's kind of fun. We do just have the big three represented here right out of the gate. So take that as you will. And then on top, we have an actual unique game and then fancy war. But Oshi Push, easy, the one I'm most excited about. I'm going to actually play the game, which would be really fun. But it blows all of these out of the water. If I ranked it objectively, I'd probably still put it in S tier. It's just a very unique, fresh experience in a world full of Bandai putting it. It's just a very unique and fresh experience in a world of Bandai printing the same game over and over and over again. So, actually, I'll go back to this. So, I hopefully, that's great. So, I hope that a 3-hour-long explanation was good enough for y'all to figure out which game you like and which game you don't like, and which one you want to play and which one you want to invest in. If you stuck around for the whole video, I'm a little concerned for you. That's a long time. You might want to get that checked out. You might have the same brain worm I do, but regardless, let me know down in the comments which of these games you want to play, which is your favorite. Tell me why it's your favorite and why I'm the most wrongest, stupidest, dumbest person on the planet. Love to see it. Love the engagement. And yeah, if you want to be part of these videos in the future, I live stream these now because it's fun and I like talking with chat the GOAT. Everybody say hi, chat. Something tells me Hololive will end up like Forza will end up. Yes, Hololive does give me very big Forcible vibes. It might just, it's going to be depending on the formats. If the formats are dumb tier 0 nonsense, it's going to be gone. But if the formats are good, I think the IP will carry it and it'll do very well. But if you want to be part of these streams in the future, make sure to hit that notification bell whenever I post that I'm going live on the YouTubes in your little subscription box. And with that being said, thank you all for watching. I will catch you in a hopefully shorter video next time. And now I make sure I hit the end record button and not the end stream button, because that would be awkward. Okay, chat, we got 30 minutes before I have to go to Sheets. I keep knocking this over. Oh, it's loose. I gotta fix that. I gotta fix that. I can be there at like 9:15. There we go. They've had a lot. Yeah, VCard has a lot of I don't know if Hololive has had erratas. I haven't looked into that enough. I kind of stopped paying attention before the game came out. I know VCard has had a lot of erratas. They freaking printed Delinquent Duo and Pot of Greed, which they like immediately errated. Oh, the funny thing about VCard, also that I noticed about VCard erratas. Let me pull this up really quick. You'll find this funny. Where did I see that? It's known issues. Known issues FAQ. Height and measurements. They had to errata a bunch of their heights, which appear to all be like 1 inch off, except for some, which I think is really funny that they have this big like Riot Games bug exclamation point. You go, known issues. What's this? Oh, we misprinted the VTuber's heights. And then below that, below the heights, because this is what's really important. This is what matters. Below this is actual erratas, where they messed up a bunch of card text. And then this one, where a manufacturing test card has been mistakenly included in some booster packs. That'll be fun. That'll be great. How are you going to exit a 3-hour stream into a 20-minute video? It's called posting a 3-hour-long video. I don't think it'll be 20 minutes. I'm going to edit it a bit, but not that much. I still have to edit that Commander game. You'll see, I have magical wizard editing powers. It'll be great. It'll be goated. This is gonna be like you're gonna want to put this one on as like a podcast in the background. You're gonna want a podcast. I'm gonna cut out the tangents and just get the main yappage, but it'll probably still be like 2 hours long, which is fine. I think that's okay. You know, YouTube loves long form content. But you know what they say? YouTube loves long form content. So, you know, got to get that long form. I love how it's all sold out, too. That's crazy. Freaking beginners. Currently designing cards are listing. Yeah, there. Yeah, see, it's perfect. It's perfect. The perfect formula. Eventually, I want to be. Here's the goal, chat. Here's the goal. I need to keep posting more actual YouTube videos to grow the channel. But then eventually, V-Card is who thought literally it's made by people that I guess have never played a card game before, because it's impressive that it got shipped like this. Honestly, the anti thing alone tells you everything. Like, it's mind-boggling that it got printed like this. It's honestly incredible. Not A-Drive. A-Drive's game at least works. Set 1 wasn't great. Set 2 wasn't great either, but set 3 was pretty good. They figured it out. They got it on lock. They got there eventually. The goal is I need to keep posting more actual videos to grow the channel, but eventually I just want to become like the Jay Schmidt of whatever niche I find myself in. I just want to become Joshua Schmidt. I just want to stream I just want to stream and that's it. And I want to stream and I just want to post the highlights. And that's all we do. That's could become like, no, I can't, not in the sense that I'm gonna go win regionals. I don't have a game that I like enough to go do that besides Vanguard, but that's whoever runs hot. But I just want to stream. I just want to become Jay Schmidt, and I stream, and then I post stream highlights, and then people eat up the stream slop content. But I don't have a big enough audience for stream slop yet, unfortunately. But we'll get there. One day we're gonna get stream slop, and it's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so nice. Bigger games, though, you want to make an yeah, right? It really feels like NFT game. Like it very much is like, this looks like a collectible first, card game second. Like they clearly wanted to make a collectible. And if you just wanted to make a collectible Gooner card that you use as a Yu-Gi-Oh! Field Center, completely fine. But they're like very vehemently pilling it as a card game with tournaments. Like they put it on a roadmap of like, by set 3 we want to have regionals, and it's like, what are you talking about? How do you have regionals for the game that has optional ante? So I don't strategic gameplay. Ooh, it's like written by ChatGPT. Hardest dynamic power levels that unleash thrilling abilities to outsmart, outplay your opponents in the fast-paced game with strategy and skill. Every move counts when claiming victory in the ultimate test of wits and reflexes. Like, that could be anything. You could say that about any card game. That tells me nothing about V-Card. I like Vera on paper, but in execution, it's more limited than Vanguard. Yeah, right? Of all things. It's somehow worse than Vanguard. And then I saw that. Then they're not reprinting anything. That's crazy. That's how you know they're NFT bros. Is when they go, yeah, we don't believe in reprints. It's like, okay. Okay, bud. Okay. Just, okay. Tell me you like NFTs. Tell me you think NFTs are a good idea. NFTs, man. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. That's crazy. Ugh. Should make like a... Oh, I didn't even look at that. Doesn't Oshi push up like a how to play video? I wanted to watch it to see if it was like... Oh no, this is an ad. And if you had how to play. Oh, it takes you to this video, which isn't how to play the game, unfortunately. It should make a how to play video. That'd be kind of fun. That'd be kind of cool. Oshi push how to play video? Could be chill. Could be chill. Could be chill. Could be fun. Could be cool. Could be cute. Wait, Shy Lily made it? She's a creator? Says on her stream she didn't even try? Some VTubers played it on TTS? Yeah. But that's why I'm like, I kind of want to make a how to play, because I don't know if there is one. There's this, which comes to this video, but this isn't a how to play video. They just kind of talk about it and why they like it. It's also old. It's with old cards. I wish there was like a actual what am I saying? Like how to play video. Like you watch this and it's the tutorial rules, not like watch people play it, but like an explanation of how to play. I think that would be really good for the game. Weird. None of these games are on TCG Player, so it's really hard to get a game on TCG Player. So here's the thing, right? TCG flesh tube. Oh, that is what they'd call me, isn't it? I would be a flesh tuber. I'm down for that. I'm down to flesh tube. I'll get to the Shy Lily thing. So TCG Players, Elestrals just got on TCG Player, and they've been trying to do it since day one. It's really hard to get on TCG Player. Most of the reason games get on so fast is because they're produced by like actual card game companies, right? Like Bushiroad and like Bandai and like places. That makes it a lot easier when you're like an established company making this game. A lot of these VTuber games are like Kickstarter games. Getting a Kickstarter game is really hard to get on TCG Player because a lot of these games, not to be cynical, probably gonna die. So you don't want to invest like web page real estate to a game that like doesn't have a mildly confirmed lifespan, if that makes sense. Like if when Bushiroad comes out with a new game, there's confidence they're going to support it for at least a year, right? But like if Joe Schmo on Kickstarter is like, I'm partnering with some VTubers, that's a little more of like a I don't that's not we're not really getting ahead of ourselves to get that on TCG Player. You're gonna have to convince us. So Leshtos is really tough because it's this Kickstarter game made by a YouTuber. That's a really hard sell. Now the game did so well and looks so good that eventually they get on TCG Player because that's the thing. The biggest thing, the game needs a player base that is buying cards. The reason Leshtos was able to get on a TCG Player was because the only way to buy cards was through eBay, and players would like make these eBay shops to like function like a TCG Player. You'd have this like drop down and you'd like click on the card you wanted to buy it. So because that market exists for singles, it's way easier to sell to convince TCG Player like, yeah, you should have singles for this game. People are actively buying them. There's a market for it. It's not just going to sit there and rot. But if you don't have that and you're just Joe Schmo Kickstarter with the game that isn't even out yet, it's really hard to get people to buy it. Like Grand Archive, it took them a minute to get on TCG Player. So all these Kickstarter games, it's going to take them a minute before they like prove themselves that like it's a game with staying power that has people buying it so they can sell it on the site. So they don't, it's really hard to kind of just like poof, game immediately on TCG Player, good to go. That's really, really difficult. But yeah. Another stream on Oshi Push Proposal. I haven't seen that. That sounds kind of fun to watch. They still buddy fight. Yeah. So TCG Player also doesn't delete any games. Like if you go, let's count how many dead games are on TCG Player. I'm gonna bet it's over 10. Okay. Let's see. It only took 2 months. And it's still like a decent amount of time. And it's Grand Archive. That game did. So not only that game do gangbusters on Kickstarter, but it's backed by a company that is like a how do I even like, not Saragon. I don't know why I brought up Saragon. Like TCG company. Like it's way easier of a sell to be like, hey, we're this company, we make card games, we're making this game, like Weaves of the Shore, versus, hey, I'm A Drive the YouTuber, I made a card game. When you sell it, that one you're gonna be like, we need some evidence for that. We can't put anything on here. But some of these games, it looks like they'd be putting anything on here. So I think they'll get on TCG Player eventually, but it's gonna take a bit of time. Like, oh, there's a You bet your sweet Bippy there's a Transformers TCG. Also, the cards are freaking huge. The actual cards you play with are normal card size. It's just the Transformers that are these gigantic cards that you flip over. There is a Transformers card game. It actually plays a lot like Vanguard, but it's somehow worse. It's like worse triggers. It's triggers but bad. But yeah, Transformers card game. Actually, not like not super old. Not super old. So yeah, stuff like Hololive will get on TCG Player really quick. Oshi Push might get on TCG Player really quick just by Japanime games. But like V Royale V Card might be a tougher sell. V Card might, but we'll see. There's Japanese Transformers TCG coming. Ooh, that sounds cool. So yeah, let's count. How many dead card games are on TCG Player? We have, I don't know if this is still alive, but I doubt Akora is still alive. I've literally heard zero things about it, literally ever. So, absolutely dead. Dead. Let's go. We count. So, Argent, so we'll just go confirmed, absolutely dead. 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 Pretty sure that's dead. This should be a short. It should be a short. Dead. This is the old, yeah, dead. The Panini Dragon Ball TCG. Oh my. Dead. Dead. Pretty sure dead. Pretty sure Exodus is dead. Somehow still alive. Dead. Basically dead. Still alive. Cryptic's gotta be dead. Yeah, Cryptic's gotta be dead. There's no way that's still around. Dead. 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 Dead, Dead. Definitely dead. Definitely dead. Definitely dead. Yep, dead. Super duper dead. And then probably dead. Akora is barely alive. Jeez, that's tough. So yeah, like pretty much all of these are there's so many. I'd say like half of this list is probably dead, right? So we can confirm 1, 2, 3. I'll just go confirm. I'll go straight. Metazoo is getting rebooted and it's cringe, and it's so cringe. At one point, I'll just pretend that this was an old stream and this was before the reboot got announced. It'll be great. It'll be great. Wish we got Nova TCG. I have no idea what that is. So confirmed, absolutely dead. 1, 2, 3. I don't know about this one. 4, 5. Don't know about this one. 6. I don't actually know about this one. 7. Pretty sure I know MetaX is dead. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It's got to be dead. 14, 15, and this has to be dead. So 16. 16 of these are almost guaranteed dead. Like, I'd be flabbergasted if they were alive. And then there are some ones that are, like, basically dead, and then some I just genuinely don't know about. So, yeah. Kickstarter doesn't like to take games off their website, which is great. Let's see if anything comes up. Am I going to get banned? It's going to be Gooner. All right. Hold on. Okay, this looks more real. Oh, okay. This looks like it was made in like 2006. You know what I mean? It looks a little generic, if that makes sense. This looks very like card.game.anime. Like .jpeg. It looks fine. It has this weird, I don't know, I think this is just the images, but they look very washed out. Like the saturation got like just gone. So it might just be the pictures that look bad. Because like, yeah, there's just no saturation on any of these cards. So that might be what it is. But yeah, right. It looks like something from 2006 light novel. Like it's very nostalgic vibes. It feels very, very nostalgic for sure. That's cool though. I'm here for it. These look a little bland, but the weapons I think could use some background. Personally, it looks fine. That's all right. I've seen worse. I've seen better, but I've seen worse. There are worse things out there. That could always be. I could always be thinking. I want to look at this new Transformers game. If I can find any info on it. Anime, unboxing. That's Duel Masters. Yeah, no, that's the old game. That's the old game. Duel Masters. I don't think I'm finding anything. I don't think I'm finding this one. These all look either old or from Duel Masters. Yeah, I'm not getting anything for this one. Should be on there eventually. How long's eventually? Google's a big website. Google's a big website. If I can't find it, the only way, the most reasonable way is to look up here and see if there's something. Okay, that looks like nothing. No, it's all the old game. Old game. Oh, it's all the old game. Oh, imagine Japanese Transformers having its own TCG. I mean, could be true. It might have been rumors. Possible. I'm not seeing any hard confirmation, which is fine. I will just have to wait. Curb my enthusiasm. Speaking of Kickstarter games, there's Altered. Oh yeah, Altered is cool. Altered, it's weird. It's like, it's really cool, but it has like no buzz around it. No one talks about it. Like locals have it. It's out. It's a thing, but it just like, it might be because it's a French company making it, so like their primary audience might be in France, but Alter just kind of just fell off the face of the earth. Like it had a huge Kickstarter and then was just gone. Are there any new Kickstarter games coming out, or have we like hit the wave? Have we already passed Altered, Elestrals, Oshi Push? Like have we check out Dimension Zero? It's old. If it's old, I'm probably not gonna like it. If we're being real. If we're, whoa, I accidentally opened that in a new tab. Oh, well that didn't help. Oh, because I didn't hit 0. Lamau? It's one of the 4 games my local runs. Looking to start running One Piece. Not One Piece! Tell them no. Tell them bad. Tell them ew, yucky. Flash? Oh my. Oh wow. Yeah, this is old. That's crazy. Oh my. Yeah, say no One Piece icky. Altered fun, altered cute. It's neat. Oh, okay, this counts as Duel Masters. Now that's nostalgia right there. Now that's some nostalgia. All right, cool. Now that's some nostalgia. Why did it take me there? All right, whatever, go away. Oh, because it opened in a new tab. So y'all probably didn't see any of that. Whoops. And I did it again. Why did I try to capitalize a 0? I don't know what I'm doing. Images. Yeah, this game's like old. You can't see that. I went to the website and it said it doesn't work with Flash. Yeah, this thing is old. Oh, man. Yeah, OP the sweaty onion smelly game is crazy. There's always some guys playing it in JP on YouTube. There's always this. What's my thoughts on Final Fantasy Team of Chat? I'm getting in or not. It looks amazing. Yeah, I mean, it's like every Magic collab. If you like Final Fantasy, go for it. If you don't like Final Fantasy, I'm sorry. That sucks, I guess. I don't have strong opinions. I mean, it's a good fit for Magic. Like, it fits the flavor and the world well, so I can't, like, complain about it. But also, I don't play the Final Fantasy games, so I don't really care. I have no attachment to it. But also, I'm going to build the Astola deck because I played a bit of 14 and I liked Astola a lot. Yeah, this is nostalgic. Oof. Used to be Yu-Gi-Oh player. All Yu-Gi-Oh players are washed. Every Japanese card game like this is always comprised of 80% washed Yu-Gi-Oh players. Just look at Cardfight Vanguard. Cardfight Vanguard is like 70% washed Yu-Gi-Oh players. I wish they'd run Vanguard instead. There's was 2 hours. Ooh. Dude, that always happens. It's the most random locals that just have Weiss for some reason. Like the locals in my local mall just has Weiss. No Vanguard, no Shadowverse. Weiss. Why? Oh. OBDCG. Oh, regardless. Well, if it's OBTCG players, they're not the talk smack on OBTCG players, but like, yeah, you know, One Piece players, yeah. Ooh, but, you know, Final Fantasy looks cool. I'm building a Stola and Commander for sure, but aside from that, I have no real preference. What about Forcival and MTG? I mean, dude, that'd be sick. That'd be the best thing of all time. Will that ever happen? Probably not. But that would be literally the coolest thing ever. That would absolutely be the coolest thing ever. I would be so happy for that. If they put Forcible in Magic, that'd be so sick. That'd be so cool. She looks insane as a commander. I'm so excited. I just like commanders that make me play spells on my opponent's turn. Forget playing on my turn. I don't play on my opponent's turn. That's way more fun. Are there any new Kickstarter TCGs? Or are we like out of that era? The Spider-Man cards look stupid. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of them so far. If they botch Spider-Gwen, I'll quit Magic forever. That's what I'll say. If they botch Gwen, I'm quitting the game forever. If she's cool, then we stay in. But that's my takeaway. Are we out of that era of big, huge Kickstarter TCGs? Or are there any more? I always love finding these and looking for them, but like I feel like I haven't heard of one in so long. All right, well that's great. That's okay. That's AI. All right, cool. Right off the bat, that's okay. All right, okay. That's a YouTube video of a guy. There's stuff. She's gonna be Esper. Yeah, that's why I bought. That's actually the entire reason I bought this girl for that commander game I played on stream. I literally bought this deck because it was Esper and I needed like the mana base. And I went, sure. Then this will give me maybe Esper playables that I can just combine with a Stola. So I went, oh. Right? It's probably just a bunch of AI, which sucks. What's this? This has a heart next to it. 4 days left. And okay, they made it, but not by a lot. Oh, this doesn't look good. Oh, this looks like a digital card game. Nah, I'm gone. No, that looks digital. What's this? Oh, these are deck boxes. Great. Is anything about the cards I can look at? No, it's purely TCG product. All right, cool. Never mind. Spider-Gwen Esper? I know the welcome deck for her is red. So that's cool. And that makes a lot of sense for her. I assume she's going to be like Boros. If I had to guess, I would say she's going to be Boros. It's looking like, I didn't think they were going to do it. And I hope they don't. But from the reveals we saw, it looks like all the heroes are going to be white and all the villains are going to be black. Which, like, makes sense. But I feel like that makes set design really weird. So we'll see how that goes. But in the cards they revealed, all the villains had black and all the heroes had white. So, by that nature, I would assume that... I've seen this on Facebook. I would assume that Spider-Gwen's going to be Boros, which is not exciting for me because I hate Boros, but oh well. Actually, I give it a 50 out of 50. That one actually been open to collabs recently with Vanguard and Gate earlier. Oh yeah, there was a Vanguard collab. I forgot about that. Yeah, I was so shocked to see freaking it was 0 on like a Vanguard card. I was like, what the heck? Because she's like it's about an energy. It's like there's like a 0 energy marker or something. Seeing more openly about anime art style. So like that would be super awesome. That would be so cool. No, the Naruto CCG is primal. Unless they did it again with this. No, this looks different. Oh, I do remember seeing this on Facebook. Yeah, no, the Naruto CCG remade is primal. Yes, I do remember this. You like play lands and then you like bust them open to do stuff. Yeah, the greatest card game of all time, Boruto's Dad. Have you never seen Boruto's Dad, the CCG? Boruto's Dad, the card game, is like one of the best games of all time. Like, and I'm not even being ironic. This is one of the greatest games ever. They did look the same. You're right. They both had pirates on the front. It does look like the pirate thing. Primal, is it Puerto Rican? Probably is. I have no idea what the nationality of the game is, but probably they remade the Naruto card game. They remade Boruto's Dad, the card game. But like I don't think it's as good. But this game is so good. Naruto, oh dude, this game's actually peak. This game is peak. So the market had those, yeah, it's so good. Apparently it is. All right, bet, yeah. The primal looks. I don't like the primal. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like the art, but it's like whatever. They took Naruto and then they made a Gunner, and it's like why? Why would you do that? Why would you take Boruto's Dad the game and make it Gunner? But yeah, this game looks like very medium and not great. South American TCG I've always wanted to play called Gods and Monsters. Could be chill. Is Naruto or Boro for a remade? If they remade the Naruto TCG, they would probably make it Boruto. When Bandai said they were announcing a new game, I thought it was going to be a reboot of Naruto CCG. I got so excited, and then I was so disappointed when it was freaking Gundam. But, oh well. I've seen this on Kickstarter. I've seen this on Facebook. Chrono Core. They're like redefining deck building. And it's like you pick a base robot and then you like build around it. It's like fine. Do they explain it?
You'll be playing lands, gaining energy using cards from your deck and a hand as resource face down. You're be getting 3 equipped cards, Visor, Gauntlets, and Greaves. These act like a resource generation that enables play more powerful cards. You'll play Mark 1 and even Mark 5 to get bonus core charge. I think it's like cute. With max core charge value, that's the value of total 3 equipment value. Okay, words. Respect giant robots. I have enough giant robots. I play Brant Gate. All right. If I wanted more robots, I just play more Brant Gate. I don't need the whole game to be giant robots. I just don't like Gundam. I like the Iron Blood Orphans, but that was kind of about it. There's a lot of dice. Noticing off the bat, a lot of dice involved. I don't quite know how I feel about that, but that's probably not too terrible. Yeah, okay, I remember this game. This game looks fine. It looks okay. Gundam with the model cars of card. Yeah. So Bandai's new game. If I can type Gundam and not game. Bandai's new card game is Gundam. Should have been Ava. So here's the thing. I understand why it's Gundam. This is Bandai's magnum opus card game. Bandai has been reprinting the same game over and over again since like 2015. And Gundam is the culmination of that. It is like everything they've learned wrapped into one game under their flagship IP Gundam. So this game feels like every other Bandai game, but I give it the pass for that because that's kind of the point, is that this is supposed to be the Bandai game. So it's supposed to feel like a Bandai game. So like that's fair, but also it's Gundam. I don't care. I honestly, I hate Bandai. I don't like Bandai. And I don't care about Gundam. So I'm probably not going to play it. I was excited when they revealed, and I'm like, because the gameplay looks cool. But the more I thought about it, it's just kind of neat. It's like fine. It's like when you've been in a toxic relationship for 8 years, you break up, and then you meet someone that gives you the bare minimum. And they feel like the greatest thing of all time. And then you're with them for about a year, and you're like, wait a minute. This is just the bare minimum. That's what Gundam feels like. Gundam is like, the more I sit on it, it's like, fine. It's fine. There are other games I'd rather play that feel exactly the same. So it's just like, it's fine. If I had to pick a Bandai game to play, I'd probably choose it because it's the most interesting, and Battle Spirits is dead. So there's that, but really it's just like, it's okay. The video looks like Digimon. Yeah, they shoot all their videos the same way. So, yeah. Fair thing to say about HoloLive, I don't get... Yeah, right, it's like, I don't watch HoloLive VTubers, so like, I'll just go play Lyrical and be fine. I don't need the whole game about... That's the thing with, like, Avowed. It's okay, yeah, it's okay, and that's fine. Like, that's okay. That's the cool thing about Vanguard, is there's so much stuff in Vanguard that all these IP-based games are like, oh, I could just go play Vanguard and get that and more. Right? It's like, HoloLive, I'll just go play Lyrical, right? When Gundams, I'll just go play Brant. And I can play all that in the same game. So, like, that's something I really do appreciate about Vanguard, that I wish a lot of other card games would kind of, like, realize about the benefit of having their own unique IP, is you kind of get to bring in people from all these different areas to play one game. And that's what makes having an IP so good. Or you can just get the money printer and call it a day, which is fine. It does have yeah, right? It's the Bandai game, but we've added instant speed interaction. They made Battle Spirit Saga and went, these instant speed effects are pretty cool. We should put that in our game. So it's literally just Bandai.game plus instant speed spells. It's like fine. It's like totally fine. Digimon needs to be reined in. I feel like they're kind of cooking with Digimon, with it being with the unification thing. That's so sick. Them catching up to JP and then putting them together. It's so sick. Lorcana plays Stoichaic when Q animals. Yeah, like that's fair. I mean, you don't get Baymax in Vanguard, but yeah, like to a degree. I see what you're saying. Disney, I think, is a broad enough IP where you get a bunch of stuff. Like, if I want to play Elsa Ice Princess, I guess I can go play like some Yugi cards, but that's about it. But yeah, no, yeah, I get what you mean. If I want to play like a Disney deck, you just go play Stoy and play some animals, and that feels very Disney vibe. Like, go play I want to say Grandfio. That deck's actually terrible and has no support. But yeah. Mostly add the OPTCG and the players, dude, oh my gosh, they'd freak out. They'd be like, no way, I can play it. Well, they kind of have it. They have the events that you can play during like the battle step. Oh my gosh, Rift Runners is on Kickstarter? I didn't even know that. Oh, the Kickstarter isn't out yet. Oh, I know her. I've seen clips of her. She's funny. Okay, that's kind of chill. That's pretty chill. Okay. Yeah, right. Magnolia definitely gives Disney vibes for sure. I don't know if they have enough songs to make cards. They're just gonna keep making movies. Don't worry. No, I got enough. They got enough. Yeah, Chibi Doki. I've seen her clip. She's funny. I like her. She's great. That's cool. Okay. Do we know when it launches? I'm excited to see where it goes. I have to log in, don't I? I don't want to log in. I'm excited to see who backs the 40-year-old man. Is that the bit? Yeah. I gotta monitor this. I'm excited to see if this gets funded or not, because I wonder who's backing this. It's got to be a lot of people that are fans of the VTubers and haven't played the game, but it's very indie VTubers, so that like populace can't be that large. So I'm excited to see where this ends up, because I don't think a lot of people are gonna back this off the gameplay. They're gonna read the rulebook and be like, "What the heck are you talking about?" Or at least knowing that plays card games. I think if someone's new to card games, they'll be like, "Man, this is a lot, but I guess this is trading card games." I think that's a very real possibility, is that they look at it that way. But yeah, that's looking like about it. Everything else, that's just Pokemon. That's literally the art style. Oh, wow. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that's just Pokemon. All right, well, that's cool. It's almost 9. Let's go. I have to go to a Sheets to meet people. Oh boy. But yeah, you know, I think, should I kind of want to make an Oshi push how to play video. I'm not going to cap. I just kind of want to do it for fun. Argent Cryptspin and TCGs is how I know these games. Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I'm just delusional and I would stalk Kickstarter because I wanted to know. But his videos have been very helpful in like finding new stuff. That's how I found Rift Runners. Let's do Crips videos. He's the GOAT. Crips is the GOAT. The gameplay is like Yu-Gi-Oh, but they have Monarch mechanic. Oh, you missed it. I did a whole. I reviewed it. If you want to see, let me pull up the tier list. Let's just say I talked about this one the longest. This one took a while. Whoops. This one took a while to get through. It's a lot. Casual will be brain dead if they read the... Yeah, right? I'm like, if you give this to a regular person, their brain will explode. It would not be good. But it has a lot of concepts I love. I love the Monarch changing the field. That's super sick. I love the card design. It's just some of the rules are just, man, they're rough. This looks cool, but I don't like bugs. The aesthetic's kind of cute. It's like comic booky. And the art's good. I just don't like bugs. But this seems neat. It seems fine. There's no like board to see, but it looks cool. It looks cool, I just don't like bugs. It's like taking Normies, showing them 20 hours of brain. Yeah. It's like the 20-hour branded combo video, and you need to do that just to play the game. So like that's kind of tough. So I'm excited. I'm interested to see like who all buys into it, and how far it really goes. It should have been F-. I should have made an F- tier. You're so correct. I didn't think that far ahead. I should just make this F-, which I think, can I do? I can do. There you go. Much better. Much better. Want a TCG that's just DDD? No, I do not, actually. I do not want a spreadsheet for an entire game. I am okay. I think I'm good. There we go. Much better. Much better. That's fair. Would it be weird if I made an Oshi push how to play because I'm not a VTuber? Would I get like flesh racismed? I don't know VTuber culture. I don't want to offend anybody. I'm just joking also, by the way. For anyone who didn't know, I'm joshing. I'm joshing. Oh, V-Card or MetaZoo at least? Probably for being less scummy. That's a tough one. That's expensive. That's pricey. I can't afford that. You think I can afford that? You're crazy. You can't make a VTuber. No, I like IRL streaming more. It's less work. It's just easier to just flick on the camera than like have to rig a model and then get the software set up and then make sure like the eyes don't go crazy. Right? It's just like that's so much easier to just can make one for free. But does it look like butthole? Does it look good? Part-time VTuber, I give you the pass. Go ahead. Let's go. Let's go. No, I need the bit of like. Can my bit be like I'm the one flesh tuber in the VTuber space? Is that a thing? Did someone take that bit already? I want to fill that niche. Let me fill that niche. I just want to be that guy. Can I just be that? So like I'm iconic for being that white guy. Like when I worked at the restaurant I worked at, everyone who worked there was Korean. I was the one white guy there. So everyone just knew me as the white guy. Can I just be like the white guy of VTubers? That sounds like fun. That sounds me. I can do that. Making VTubers almost expensive as a gaming PC, dudes. Well, I bought the. Well, you know, this is a computer, and what is a PNG that moves? There's a little bit of a difference. I would much prefer buying a gaming PC. It's been done so much. Frick. Fair enough. Pretty good. I use VRide. Okay. I think I dabbled in it a while ago, but I forget. Naughty V card doesn't give enough carry to make quality cards. VRide has the cards and foil looks bad. Ooh. Not the foil being bad. Then again, Child doesn't even try. I mean, can you blame her? Can you blame her? If it's like, if I was a VTuber, I knew nothing about card games, and you showed me V card, I'd be like, this looks great. The Gooners are gonna love this. Absolutely. Like, I don't know, I'm not like card games. So like, I honestly, I can't blame her. I don't know. Does Charlie suck? Do we hate her? I don't know. I think I've seen some clips sometimes, like once. She seems fine. I think. I don't know. I'm not familiar. Not familiar with your game. But yeah, let me just be that one white guy in the VTuber space. That's my niche. That's my bit. That's my bit, and I do it well. What is this? That's nothing. On Steam? Oh, digital. Ew. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap stream there because I have to go. But that was a good one. That was a good stream. I got a video out of it. The video is probably way too long, but I'm gonna post it anyway. I don't care. I need that slop content. Right? There's a VTuber for anything. Exactly. That's the attitude I like to. That's what I'm talking about. There's a VTuber for anything. How eloquently put. Love that. Okay. Thanks everybody for coming to the stream. I'll stream again. I'm streaming Monday or Tuesday. Hold on. Oh, be there at 9:30. I have time. Yay. I'm gonna check my iMessage Monday. That means I'm streaming Tuesday. There's even Femboy V2. Whoa. I'm not going there. Whoa. Hey. I'm not going there. That's not what I meant at all. I mean, respect to them, you know, respect the hustle, but that's not the niche I'm trying to invade. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I might just do it anyway. Who cares? What are they gonna do? Cancel me? Oh my. As my best friend once said, you can't cancel someone that doesn't care. Oof. Okay. I know. So yeah, I'm gonna stream Tuesday. What am I gonna do? I don't know. Did you guys like the Commander gameplay? I want to get a beat on that. Did we like Monday Night Commander? Do we want to stream that? Do we want to make that a thing? Do we want to make that a regular bit? If not, understandable. Totally get it. I hate Commander, but I play it because my friends play it. I like spending time with my friends. Play the most generic white guy ever with a PNG that... Oh, I can be a PNG tuber. Could be a TNG tuber. There we go. Just be a Giga Chad av for days. My voice does not fit that. At all. I will get sussed out immediately. I would be like the super TF of VTubers. If any of you watch Super, I would be like the super TF of VTubers. Probably. That sounds more my vibe. I don't know if I could do the Giga Chat thing. I would not be able to pull that off. But it was good. We like Commander. I might stream Monday. I might stream the Commander game Monday. I mean, it's easy. I just click the go live button. So if you want to see Commander, let me know. Just get ABC decks. I was trying to get them on Star Wars because the fourth that joined us, Judah, also really wants to play Star Wars. So there might be some Twin Sons, maybe. The problem is it's like teaching them a new game is going to be really tough. They're not like new game people. They're very like, I just started playing Magic and I just want to play Magic and only Magic. That's it. Not like they're not like I want to play card games. They're very much I want to play Magic, which is a little different. But might be able to get them to Twin Sons. We just have to all build decks, which is the problem. That's going to be the hardest part. Because there's no like Twin Sons precon you can just go buy. Play MetaZoo. Stop. If you're wearing jeans and it's Tuesday and raining outside, you get plus 5,000 power. No one played MetaZoo. No one played. You can't play MetaZoo. If it's currently Christmas, draw 2 cards. No, you can't do that. Okay, so I'll probably fire on the stream Monday and play a little bit of Commander. What do I want to play? That's the real question. The heck do I play? Watch these people play it seriously? Dude, that's so weird. It's like playing an MTG Unglued set seriously. Like, what are you doing? That's so weird. That's so strange. I'll never understand that. Oh, I play this guy. That's who I play tomorrow. I play Tam. I play my goat. That's what I'm doing tomorrow. Okay, yeah. I'll stream. Oh, wait, tomorrow's Sunday. I could stream tomorrow. Play V-Guard. I could do that as a bit. I could do that as a bit if someone else wanted to play V-Card. I could josh around, but it'd be not fun. It would not be fun. The game's terrible. How do people play MetaZoo competitively? Like, you have to engineer your deck so that you like play the guy that says if you're wearing denim jeans, he gets power. So to make sure you wear jeans to the tournament, and then like sunglasses and a crop top for your other 2 cards that need that. And then you have to always check the date of the tournament to see if you want to sideboard in some of your guys that like pop stuff if it's Wednesday. Yeah, it's super weird. Watch people on YouTube. There's like a channel as Ask MBT. I don't think MBT wants to play that again. I think once is enough. And like that's my thing with the V card is like that'd be funny doing a video of like I play V card. It's like I would just go watch the MBT video. It does that perfectly. That's exactly what you want. I don't need to do that again. I don't need to do that again. And he does not want to do that again. There's no way. It'd be really funny. It'd be hilarious. But I don't think he wants to do that again. Ugh. No one should have to play that game again. It's kind of a disaster. Oshi Push, I would be so down to play. That would be so much fun. I think I'm gonna make a how to play Oshi Push video just because I want to. I just want to do it. Yeah, right. Play Oshi Push. I'd love to play Oshi Push. That'd be so fun. That game looks so sick. It looks so good. Oh, that's the thing. Is there enough cards? Oh no, my camera. Yeah, I think there's a TTS. Is there? Oh, let me check. Let's check TTS. Let me pull up the stream. Doesn't hurt to ask. Well, it hurts to get ignored, so might as well not ask. Oh man. Okay. Community workshop. Let's double check. I don't have a thing for tabletop on the stream yet. There are TTS for Oshi Push. Ooh. Now we're cooking, baby. Oh, I got 2. Debut edition and collab edition. What's the difference? Playing out with Stamp Zones. Play with the 4 players. Come to 2 debut decks. Ready to play, learn the game, find out more. Sick. Play map, Stamp Zones. Oh, they're just different tables. There's 4 player and 2 player. Okay, sick. Could be chill. Could be could be chill. Could be chill. Could be chill. Wait. Could be chill. Okay, that's an idea. Actually, I'll need to get this table for if I do make a how to play. I'll need this table for it. Unless I'd want to. That's the thing. What format is better? Is like the TTS how to play videos better, or like the super edited, like just like not PowerPoints, but like the edited versions better? Because TTS would be easier, but I feel like it looks worse. Like when people like when videos do it, I like don't like it. I don't know why. It might just be a me thing, but I don't like when how to play videos do it on TTS. I think it just looks kind of janky. G, it'd be interesting to see your reaction as your enjoyment has sucked out, realizing the game ain't fun to begin with. I mean, I've played I have a booster box. I've played locals. I've definitely played Grand Archive. It's like fine. No, that actually happened to my friend I wanted to teach. Because my locals was trying to start Grand Archive. So I was like, oh, I'll teach you Grand Archive. It'll be great. And we were looking for a new game anyway. And then I didn't realize, I thought Kong Ming was going to be actually hard to play. And like I was gonna struggle with the direction river stuff, so I'm like, I'll just play Kong Ming. And I said, here's my box of starter decks, pick one. And they picked Tristan. I was like, this will be great. This will be great. Yeah, I didn't realize Kong Ming was like kind of bonkers, and I just kind of blasted Tristan. And then they were like, this game kind of sucks. And I'm like, yeah, like, I mean, the game we played was really not great. I don't know if I'd say the whole game sucks, but yeah, that game we played kind of stunk of balls. Ugh. It was just one of those games where I was just kind of in the lead the entire time until I eventually, like, Kong Ming Thorn bursted or whatever, Thorn Life chipped him down and blew them up. So like I like Grand Archive. It's fine. It's fun. If you really wanted like a super competitive game and you don't want to play Flesh and Blood, you can play Grand Archive, and it's fine for that. But if you're trying to like chill and like chill out with the crew in the schoolyard, you know how you do, Grand Archive's not really not the play. It's a little much, which isn't a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. Don't get me wrong, not a bad thing. Just not for me. Not for me. Not for me. The art's nice. The art looks really good. Cards look great. The cards look really good. Cards look really solid. Like them a lot. No complaints from me. Cards look really good. Yu-Gi-Oh! I'd blow. Okay, here's the thing. Same person has like 11 2007 decks, which is Troop Dupe. So every time we go to Vanguard locals, we end up playing like 7 games of 2007 Yu-Gi-Oh! So like the Umbra Gun Lady. Oh yeah, I wanted to play her so bad. I never built her, but I can see she looked hard as frick. Yeah, I love her so much. Though, what was her name? I should remember it. Dion? No, it started with a D. Diana. It was Diana. Oh, she was so cool. But yeah, the gun stuff looked really hard. I was like, I don't want to deal with the bullets and everything. I ain't dealing with all this. Ranger looked tough. And then what really got me out of Grand Archive was they printed all these bow and arrow cards in this set. And I was like, oh, we're finally going to get a ranger that uses arrows. That sounds so sick. Didn't get one. Didn't print a champion that's a ranger. So we had all these bow and arrow cards and no one to play them. I guess Dion, but she uses bullets, so the arrows were useless. So I stopped playing. But if it's like old school 2007 Yu-Gi-Oh, I'd play that all the time. I'm working on a deck right now for it. But if you try to get me to play Modern, I'll actually explode. Fun fact, I tried to play Modern Yu-Gi-Oh for like 2 years. Off and on, couldn't do it. Can't do it. I literally can't do it. I don't think I've had like less fun playing. I'm addicted to trading card games. I don't think I've ever had less fun playing a card game than when I do trying to play Modern Yugs. A lot of it's personal issues. Not really again. I don't want to be a Yugi boomer. A lot of it's personal problems, but like I can't do it. I cannot do it. I have a friend who tried to get me to go to locals, and I went to locals for like off and on. Every time I'd come back from college, I'd be like, you know what? This summer I'm gonna play Yugs. I'm gonna go to Yugs, and I'd play. I'd go to like 4 locals. I'm like, this game sucks. I hate this game so much. So I can't do Yu-Gi-Oh! I could do like, I'm trying to convince my 2007 friend to build like a Rivalry of Warlords format where you just build like, it's hard, I don't know how to describe it, but basically just Rivalry of Warlords, if you're familiar. Build that format, which would be really fun because 2007 is getting a little bit old. Pendulum killed the game. But yeah, like Duelist Alliance changed the game in a fundamental way that sucks. Like Duelist Alliance absolutely changed the game for the worse. Without it, like that's inarguable, right? Saying like Pendulum specifically killed the game is a little much, but saying like Duelist Alliance ruined it, super valid, super accurate. I will play any Yugs pre 2015. I'll play Hat. Hat's fun. I would play any Yu-Gi-Oh pre 2015. But if you anything after Duelist Alliance, I'm out. I'm done. I'm checked. Can't do it. Cannot do it. Tier 1 matches were cool to watch. Sure, they were cool to watch. Collie G. Willikers will never catch me trying to do that. No thanks. I'm good. I'm good, actually. But yeah, no, Yu-Gi-Oh! Off the table. No. I streamed it for a bit 2 years ago during a summer, back when I was like trying to get into it, and it's just like, I can't do it. I can't do it. Kind of struggling TCG right now, mainly since I kind of come back, but at the same time, I have no motivation to do so. TCG community in the area sucks. That makes it hard. That makes it really hard. It's just Dredge, kinda. It's like Dredge with 17 extra steps, but sure. No, that makes it tough. That makes it really freaking hard. If you don't have a locals, it's very not easy. But I feel you. There's no game right now. Granted, I say this. There's no game right now that I'm super invested in. There hasn't been a game that I've been super invested in since like 2018 Vanguard, if we're being real. A little bit into V. I was pretty into V. But like ever since we had D, it's just like I have found no game that has quite scratched the itch that I also found a locals for that I liked. I've had stints. Nadu seems Yu-Gi-Oh level. That's pretty close. That's a bit closer. That's a bit more accurate. I've had stints in games. Like I had a bit of fun in Flesh and Blood, a bit of fun in Grand Archive. Star Wars was great. But like nothing that's like really got me that I'm like, I want to play this game forever. It's all been like, that was fun, but I guess I'll go back to Vanguard, but Loki kind of hate that game, but regardless. Yeah, so I'm also looking for a game that really scratches the itch. Maybe Yoshi Push. Probably not. Well, we'll see. You never know. You never know. I'm not one to knock things before I try them, most of the time. Closest local sports Pokemon Center in my area is known to be toxic. That's great. That's iconic. That's so great. I want Nadu and Shuko to the cube. Don't you dare. If you want to be a monster. If you want to be like, oh, whoever drafts these two cards is a turd. So doing stuff like that I don't like, because what ends up happening is like you get Nadu in the pack and it's like, okay, 3 options. I take Nadu and try to hit the Shuko and be a turd. I pass this, let someone else take Nadu and the Shuko and be a turd. Or I take Nadu and then pass a Shuko so that no one ends up playing Nadu. And then what ends up happening is whoever sees Nadu or Shuko takes it and just hopes that and then just waits for someone else to take the other thing. And then they never get played together because everyone's either fighting over them or making sure no one else can have them. And so they're just kind of like dead cards that you have to first pick. It's a little awkward. I could be wrong though. That's granted. I said that as fact. That was more of a hypothesis of how that'll go. But I feel like if you put Nado and Shuko in a cube, that's what'll happen. There's no deck searching and it's just monocolor or dual color. That's fair. That's fine. That's probably okay then. Oh, well, oh, frick, what was the problem with that? I don't remember the specifics of the combo. I just know those are the 2 problem cards because you could infinitely like pass the Shuko around or something. I think if Nadu and Shuko, because I could be wrong, if it's a 2-card combo that wins the game on the spot, I think what I said is what'll happen is people will try to like either first pick it to have it or first pick it to make sure no one else has it. So they end up becoming kind of like dead cards everyone has to draft. If it's just like a quirky like interaction, like engine thing, it's probably fine. It's probably great then. Honestly, hate deck searching. Yeah, I don't think it should be a thing in Magic specifically. At this point, how are you considering playing remotely on Discord? I think it's great. I played Universe. When I played Universes, when I was making content for that, I played remote locals. And it was fun. I normally hate playing remote locals, but I really wanted to play Universes, so I bit the bullet and played some remote and I had a really good time. It was really fun. I liked it a lot. Dude, what the heck am I going to do on the next stream? I got to like cook up an idea or something. No, I got to make a video tomorrow. That's what I have to do. Video tomorrow. Stuff Monday. stream Commander Monday, and then like another stream Tuesday. That sounds like the plan. I think that's the plan. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. Okay, so now I actually have to go because they pushed it back to 9:30. So thank you everyone for coming to the stream. It was very fun. Very fun and good. I will be back. What did I say? What did I literally just say? Monday streaming Commander. So if you hate Magic the Gathering, don't watch it because you're not going to have fun. But it's just going to be me and the boys yapping most of the time. So honestly, come hang out and chill. But y'all have a good rest of your night. And I will catch y'all Monday. Bye, everybody.